I have looked at a lot of cartoons on this series, and I mean a lot of cartoons. However, out of all the cartoons that I've looked at on this series so far, there's one cartoon that sticks out to me like a sore thumb for one very specific reason. And that cartoon in question is It's Fred, which I looked at in the third episode of the Search for the Worst Cartoon. Now you see, what makes It's Fred different from the other cartoons I've looked at on this series is that so far, it is the only cartoon I've looked at that I actually watched when I was a kid. As in, I have childhood memories of watching this as a kid. As in, I have, I guess you could say, nostalgia for this thing, just because I remember watching it as a kid, back when I didn't know any better. Now, on the one hand, I'm embarrassed to think about how I watched this when I was a kid, but on the other hand, considering the fact that It's Fred is one of the better cartoons I've looked at on this series, I'm not that embarrassed by it. But regardless, it is interesting to me how this is the only cartoon that I have like any sort of personal connection to that I've looked at on this series. Until now, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, today we're going to be looking at another childhood favorite of mine on this series. We looked at Velma a few episodes ago, this really infamous cartoon that's already established itself as one of the biggest bad cartoons ever. It's already made animation history for all the wrong reasons. But there's another Scooby-Doo cartoon that I want to look at on this series, and I think it will be a much more interesting cartoon when compared to Velma. I think there will be a lot more interesting things to say about this one compared to Velma. Allow me to introduce you all to Shaggy and Scooby-Doo Get a Clue. Now, some of you might be asking, what the f*** is Shaggy and Scooby-Doo Get a Clue? Well, you see, Shaggy and Scooby-Doo Get a Clue might be the greatest cartoon spin-off ever made, and quite possibly the greatest Scooby-Doo cartoon ever made. Shaggy and Scooby-Doo Get a Clue is a show that aired on Kids WB from 2006 to 2008 for a total of 26 episodes and 2 seasons. I watched this when I was a kid. I have childhood memories of this thing. I own DVDs of this show, for crying out loud. And this isn't like with the other Search for the Worst Cartoon DVDs where it's like I bought them just for novelty purposes and that's it. No, I had these when I was a kid. These DVDs are from my childhood. One of the DVDs that I own is like this rare bonus promo DVD that I think was included alongside like a DVD for like a regular Scooby-Doo, like Scooby-Doo Where Are You or whatever. I don't know, but yeah, I have a bit of a holy grail in my possession potentially. I remember back when Velma was getting a lot of backlash at the beginning of this year, there were a few people that brought up this show when talking about like previous like Scooby-Doo cartoons and whatnot, with some people saying like, oh, this show is actually good now when compared to Velma. We all owe this show an apology. And I'm gonna just say, yeah, for sure you should owe this an apology. Y'all shouldn't have hated on this in the first place because this show is actually amazing. I don't even care. My childhood self was based for thinking this show was good. I don't even know why I'm looking at this on the Search for the Worst Cartoon. It's honestly a masterpiece. This is one of the greatest cartoons ever made. You know how people have that theory that like Velma was originally pitched as a completely original show that had like nothing to do with Scooby-Doo at all, but then it was like rejected, and then it was like subsequently rewritten to be about Scooby-Doo, to have like Scooby-Doo characters in it, and then because of that, it became like greenlit and became a show. Yeah, I think that theory is more appropriate for this show than it is for Velma. Because with Velma, there's still a little bit of a resemblance to Scooby-Doo. Like, in addition to having all of the mystery gang in it, aside from Scooby-Doo, of course, but like, you got Fred, Daphne, Velma, Shaggy, they're all in this. But there's also horror elements in this show to, you know, tie it a little bit closer to Scooby-Doo, to what Scooby-Doo originally was. This show, aside from having Shaggy and Scooby-Doo as its main characters, it has like almost nothing to do with Scooby-Doo. It is a completely original plot that has nothing to do with any Scooby-Doo cartoon that came before it or any Scooby-Doo cartoon that came after it. Now, you might be thinking that I'm saying this as like a negative thing, that I'm criticizing the show for this, but no, this is the complete opposite. That just makes the show even better. The fact that it has nothing to do with Scooby-Doo at all. It's this completely original plot that just has like Shaggy and Scooby-Doo shoehorned in. It just makes it even better. This show is actually good. I don't even care what people say. I've been wanting to make this video for a long time now because I've always like I've been fascinated with this thing's existence for a long time now. Like, yeah, I liked this when I was a kid. I loved it. I didn't know any better. But looking at it now in retrospect, I'm kind of fascinated by this thing's existence. And to be honest, I'm not even sure if I should make this video a search for the worst cartoon or not. But you know what? I might as well do it. I don't see any reason why not to have it in. So in today's video, we're going to be talking about Shaggy and Scooby-Doo Get a Clue, the greatest Scooby-Doo cartoon ever made. There is not a single Scooby-Doo cartoon that comes close to being as good as Shaggy and Scooby-Doo Get a Clue. It is a masterpiece of a show. If any of y'all hate this show just because it's different from all the other Scooby-Doo cartoons, then y'all are lame. I hope you know that. I can understand why people hate Velma, but like, how the could you hate this show? It's a masterpiece. It's amazing. Imagine being this devoted to Scooby-Doo of all things, that you get like offended by this. You get angry and like you hate this show just because it has the audacity to do something different from the notoriously formulaic and derivative style of Scooby-Doo. Couldn't be me, that's for sure. So anyways, let's actually talk about Shaggy and Scooby-Doo Get a Clue. If you enjoyed this video, then be sure to like, and if you're new to the channel, maybe consider subscribing, as it would be greatly appreciated. With that said, let us dive in. For starters, you have the theme song for this show, which I unfortunately cannot play for copyright reasons, but let me just explain something. Okay, so you guys know The Offspring. They're a pop punk band. They're considered like one of the first big pop punk bands. Their 1994 album Smash is considered like a defining pop punk album, and they have this song from their 2000 album Conspiracy of One named One Fine Day, and I cannot play either one, but you just listen to the two songs back to back and see if you can notice a resemblance between the two. And keep in mind, this song came out in 2000. Shaggy and Scooby-Doo Get a Clue came out in 2006. Man, if I had a nickel for every time there was a Kids WB cartoon that had a theme song that was eerily similar to a pop punk song, I would have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. It's also interesting to note that this was the final cartoon to have any sort of involvement from Joseph Barbera, the Barbera in Hanna-Barbera, as he would pass away in December of 2006, a few months after the show premiered in September of that same year. And I've got to say, I'm not even saying this to be disrespectful, I mean this completely seriously. This is a perfect way to end your career. Like, it's perfect to end it off with a weird masterpiece show. Like, I know it seems like I'm joking around and stuff, but I unironically kind of love this show. Like, it's genuinely amazing to me. It's kind of similar to, like, Adventures of Kid Danger, where it's like, it's too weird for me to, like, hate it. It's too surreal. In this case, though, it's just because, like, it's supposed to be Scooby-Doo related, but it has like nothing to do with Scooby-Doo. You kids out here complaining about how Teen Titans Go is bad because it's too different from Teen Titans 2003, y'all wouldn't survive Shaggy and Scooby-Doo Get a Clue. I'm just gonna say that right there. If y'all think Teen Titans Go is too different from its original show, then like, yeah, I don't know if you'd be able to survive this. I think this might be a little too strong for you. That, and that like that weird edgy Looney Tunes cartoon that was like airing around the same time as this. The series follows Shaggy and Scooby-Doo as they inherit the mansion of Shaggy's Uncle Albert, who had mysteriously disappeared. Prior to disappearing, Uncle Albert was an inventor who had advanced technology that he would mix into Scooby snacks. The main villain of the show, Dr. Phineas Phibes, wants this advanced technology for himself to take over the world and become immortal. And it's up to Shaggy and Scooby-Doo to prevent Dr. Phibes from obtaining the technology while also trying to find where Uncle Albert went. Yes, this is the plot for a Scooby-Doo cartoon. This is a character from a Scooby-Doo cartoon. There are no ghosts, there's no like spooky houses or anything like that. The mansion that they stay in isn't haunted or anything like that. Nothing like that at all. Fred, Daphne, and Velma make extremely rare cameo appearances on the show, but for the most part, it's just Shaggy and Scooby-Doo, and that's it. When Scooby eats a Scooby snack, it can transform him and give him any sort of power. It varies. It can make him strong, it can make him invisible, it could do a variety of different things, and I gotta say, I absolutely love the idea of having Scooby snacks that could like change Scooby-Doo and like give him powers. Like, that's actually an amazing idea, and I am both surprised and disappointed that this is the only time that such an idea is like featured in any Scooby-Doo cartoon at all. Inside the mansion is a robot butler named Roby, because of course, you know, why would there not be a robot butler in this Scooby-Doo cartoon? Just to add to the bizarrety of it all. In the final episode of the series, Shaggy and Scooby-Doo infiltrate Dr. Phibes' base in order to find Uncle Albert. I intentionally watched the final episode of this series for this video because I wanted to see how this show ended, because a part of me believed that this was going to end with like an unsolved cliffhanger. This was going to be the kind of show that would have like an unresolved cliffhanger, because there is no season 3. It ends after this episode, and so I thought it was going to end and it's going to be like they never find Uncle Albert or anything like that, but to my surprise, no. It actually ends properly. They end up finding Uncle Albert, and it turns out that all this time, he was in disguise, pretending to be an assistant for Dr. Phibes. So it really caught me off guard that this actually had a proper serious finale. I guess in a way you could say this was like a mini-series, this show, because it didn't last long. It only had 2 seasons and 26 episodes, but it wasn't canceled. It had a proper conclusion, so it's mind-boggling to me that this actually had a proper finale. In the past, we have looked at cartoons that have been canceled. On rare occasions, we look at cartoons that are still going on to this very day. But this is an even rarer thing. A cartoon that actually had a proper ending, a proper series finale. I never thought I would ever see a cartoon like this on this series, but there you go. This show actually has a proper series finale. I thought it was canceled. I thought it would end with an unresolved cliffhanger, but no, it ends with everything solved. Shaggy and Scooby find Uncle Albert and they stop Dr. Phibes once and for all. The end. I'm genuinely surprised by that. Kudos to Shaggy and Scooby-Doo Get a Clue. Kudos to that. Seriously. Shaggy and Scooby-Doo Get a Clue is a very weird show, but at the same time, I love it because it is weird. I gotta be honest, I don't even know if this is Search for the Worst cartoon worthy, because I unironically kind of love this show. Like, this isn't a funny bad show. This isn't a guilty pleasure. I genuinely believe that this is actually an amazing show. This feels like the kind of show that would get like a cult following, you know? People would look at his is just like that weird, different Scooby-Doo cartoon that's also kind of a gem. A hidden gem buried deep into Scooby-Doo's very long history. The fact that, like, it's supposed to be Scooby-Doo related, but it has, like, almost nothing to do with Scooby-Doo at all, aside from having Shaggy and Scooby-Doo be the main characters. Aside from that, there's nothing in this show that makes it Scooby-Doo related at all. It is a completely original storyline that just so happens to have Shaggy and Scooby in it as the main characters. But the thing is, this original storyline is actually pretty good, I'm not even gonna lie. Listen, the live-action Scooby-Doo movies were poorly received when they first came out, but since then they have been re-evaluated and are now rightfully seen as cinematic masterpieces. I'm just saying, anything is possible when it comes to Shaggy and Scooby-Doo Get a Clue. Again, I can understand why people hate Velma, but like, I'm sorry, but you're kind of lame if you hate this show just because it's different from Scooby-Doo. This doesn't really like disrespect Scooby-Doo in the same way like Velma does. I mean, to be fair with Velma, Velma has like almost nothing to do with Scooby-Doo, so it's like, I can't even pull the whole thing of like, oh, it disrespects Scooby-Doo or whatever, but like, this disrespects it even less than Velma does. I have a very hard time trying to choose exactly where to rank this on the Search for the Worst Cartoon ranking list. I mean, obviously it's going to be very high up, but I don't know exactly where to put it. Objectively speaking, this is the best cartoon I've looked at on this series. I consider this genuinely good. I don't consider this funny, bad, or a guilty pleasure or anything like that. But at the same time, I'm not really sure. It's mainly like trying to compare this to The Nut Shack and The Adventures of Kid Danger. Like, I don't know how to rank these three shows. For the time being, I'm going to put this in third place behind The Nut Shack and The Adventures of Kid Danger. There's a chance that in the future I might change my mind and put this at the top of the list, but I have no idea. I cannot decide. The one thing that matters is this is one of the best cartoons I've looked at on this series, and an absolute amazing show that I absolutely love. I'm glad this show exists. I truly am glad that it exists in all of its weird f***ing glory. Mindy Kaling could never. I think we can all agree on that. Anyways, that's about it. If you enjoyed this video, then be sure to like, and if you're new to the channel, maybe consider subscribing, as it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you everyone for watching this video, and I will see you all next time. Adios. I'm gonna start this off by saying that no, this wasn't a fever dream. This was a real show that happened. It wasn't some strange hallucination that you had in the late 2000s. This was indeed a real cartoon that happened. I know it's a very off feeling. I feel it too. Out of every cartoon I've looked at in the Search for the Worst Cartoon, I think this is the one that I had been wanting to make a video on for a very, very long time. Like, since around like 2018 or so. 5 years ago, I had been wanting to make this video. I have been fascinated with the existence of this cartoon because I watched this when I was a kid. I know that on rare occasions I've looked at cartoons that I personally watched when I was a kid, but this one's a bit different because whereas with like the other cartoons that I watched as a kid, I have some memories of them, like childhood memories. This, I have no memories of it at all. Aside from the vague concept of me watching it, I don't remember anything about this show. I watched like a few episodes. I didn't watch every episode of it, but I watched a few episodes, and none of them brought back any memories at all. There was no instance where it's like, oh, you know what, I remember this scene when I was a kid. No, nothing like that at all. I have zero memories of this show. And yet I know for a fact that I watched it. It's such a weird thing, and I want to imagine y'all feel this way as well. I want to imagine this is like something that y'all have experienced as well. This weird phenomenon thing. It's like this, like, it's like the fucking Mandela effect or something. It's like, you know how people remember, like, in the 90s there was like this genie movie, and like it turns out that this movie never actually existed. Like, so that's what George of the Jungle 2007 feels like to me. Like, it feels like it's just this weird thing from our childhood that we just remember, but it turns out it doesn't actually exist. But no, it does exist. I have this on DVD. I bought it for this video. I have it just to remind myself that I am not crazy. This was a real thing that happened. This was a real show that happened. I see literally no other cartoon YouTuber acknowledge this thing's existence. And I think that's what made me want to make a video on it for so long. The very obscure nature of this show drew me into it. I grew a very strange cult-like fascination with this show. Just this strange thing from my childhood, from so many other people's childhoods, that just, this existed. But it feels like it didn't. It feels like a fever dream thing, but no, this was a real show that happened. It actually did exist. And as if things couldn't get even weirder, sometime in 2016, nearly 10 years after this show came out, it got like a second season or like a reboot or something. I don't know what to classify this as still. And it's like, yeah, there's a lot of similarities to the original 2007 version, but it's also radically different as well. In today's video, we're going to be talking about the two very weird, very obscure versions of George of the Jungle. The first version ran from 2007 to 2008, and the second version ran from 2016 to 2017. For the sake of this video, I am going to list these off as two separate cartoons, rather than consider these like season 1 and season 2, because they are way too different for me to consider them like the same show. I'm gonna bring up in advance that I am going into this completely blind. I have never seen the original George of the Jungle cartoon from 1967, nor have I seen the Brendan Fraser movie, nor have I seen the direct-to-video sequel to the Brendan Fraser movie that doesn't have Brendan Fraser in it. I am probably the only person in the world that has this be the first thing that comes up in my mind whenever I hear the name George of the Jungle, and I don't know if that's something that I should be proud of or not. Whatever the case may be, I think looking at these two shows completely separated from the 1967 cartoon or the Brendan Fraser movie, without looking at those and like making comparisons to those, I think that would allow for a more unique take on these two shows that are already extremely f***ing obscure. And if you know anything about me, you would know that I love looking at weird, obscure cartoons much more than the well-known, infamous, surface-level cartoons. So in today's video, we're going to be looking at the two different versions of George of the Jungle. The first one from 2007 and the second one from 2016. If you enjoyed this video, then be sure to like, and if you're new to the channel, maybe consider subscribing. And with all that said, let us dive in. So as stated before, this show feels like a fever dream to me. I have very vague memories of watching this thing when I was a kid, but I don't remember any specific exact scenes at all. I don't remember any specific episodes. I don't remember anything about this show. And yet I know for a fact that I did watch it when I was a kid on Cartoon Network in the late 2000s. I'm pretty sure the thing that caused me to remember the existence of George of the Jungle was this video from Kadikarus, a gaming YouTuber, who made a video on the George of the Jungle video game. Yes, this got a video game, because of course it did. Listen, this was the late 2000s. This was a time when like literally any cartoon could get a video game. Even like cartoons that like nobody remembers had like video game tie-ins, just because. This game was released for the Wii, PlayStation 2, and Nintendo DS, and it's f***ing terrible, to the surprise of literally no one.
Oh, I don't feel good. Hey, not bad.
This game came out in 2008. This game came out in the same year as Super Smash Bros. Brawl, Sonic Unleashed, Grand Theft Auto 4, Metal Gear Solid 4, Guns of the Patriots, and Fallout 3. Just think about that for a second. But anyways, it was with this video that I suddenly got flashbacks of this thing and its existence, and I became perplexed by it. And because this was like at the very beginning of 2018 was when this video was uploaded, so this was like a few months before I properly started making videos on YouTube. And for a very long time, at some point, I wanted to make a video talking about this thing, because I was just like, look at this weird, very obscure cartoon that I've just unearthed. And this is very different from the other weird, obscure cartoons I've looked at. Because this is like, I want to imagine there are other people that watched this when they were kids, and they have like no memories of it at all. And now they're about to have memories of it, for better or worse. This isn't like with Lil Sam and Cat or whatever, where it's like, I'm pretty sure there is not a single human being on the planet that watched this. No, I want to imagine there were people that watched this when they were kids. Finally, after almost 6 years, this video is seeing the light of day. This video that I had been wanting to make for an extremely long time. I think out of every video I have ever made in my YouTube career, like not even just search for the worst cartoon related, but I'm talking in general, this is the video that I have been wanting to make for a very long time, and now it is finally seeing the light of day. Alright, so I'm hyping you all up for this. I'm making an extremely big deal about this. What about the show? How about the show itself? I haven't talked about the show that much. Well, it's a cartoon, that's for sure. I think we can all agree with that. It's a cartoon. This isn't the worst cartoon I've looked at on this series, but it's also not the best one I've looked at. This is just kind of in the middle. I went into this knowing that it would age like milk, and like, yeah, it did age like milk, but it didn't age that badly. This is just a remnant from a different time, you know? This is just like, this was during like the late 2000s. This was when like Cartoon Network had all of these like acquired programming shows, and like a lot of these were just like flash cartoons from Canada and whatever. This was like a weird period of time for them. This show is kind of similar to like Johnny Test. Like you look at like the art style, like the animation, the character designs, it's like it very much resembles Johnny Test. This is like the younger, more obscure brother of Johnny Test. The only difference is that Johnny Test actually started off as a good show, and then eventually as time went on it became bad, whereas this is bad from start to finish. The first thing that I want to talk about with this show is its theme song, which is quite possibly one of the greatest theme songs I have ever heard for any cartoon ever. Like, I don't know how this hasn't become a meme yet. I don't know how it's not like, it hasn't gotten like some sort of infamous reputation. Like, I have no idea how there's this banger of a theme song and it's just like nobody acknowledges it at all. So I'm sure we would know like the George of the Jungle theme, you know, George of the Jungle, whatever. But this takes a little more of an interesting turn, because you gotta remember, this came out in 2007. There's a f***ing rap verse in this. And I'm not even joking, there is a rap verse. It's like the people behind this show were just trying to think like, you know, how do we modernize this new version of George of the Jungle? How do we have it appeal to the current youth, the current generation? How do we appeal to them? I got it, boss. How about we make the theme song, we make it into that hip hop thing that all the kids are into now? You know, the Soldier Boy, that guy that all the kids are obsessed with now. Yeah, that's what we should do. We're gonna put a rap hip-hop thing into this theme song, so that way all the kids will look at George of the Jungle and think, wow, he's so cool, he's so freaking cool. Foolproof plan. It's perfect. I have no idea how this theme song hasn't become a meme yet. I guess maybe it's just because it's too short. Like, if the rap verse was longer, then, like, maybe, but no, this is funny as f. I don't know how this hasn't become a meme yet. Like, this should get, like, a more infamous reputation. It's so unbelievably funny. I mean, of course, it's not as good as Nut Shack. Let's be honest, no theme song will ever be as good as the Nut Shack's theme song. I think we can all agree on that. Sometimes there are moments in this show where it could actually be funny, and it's like, I don't know if it's like legitimately funny, or if it's like funny bad, so bad it's good. I don't know if it's like, it's so stupid that that I'm able to laugh at it, but like, I have no idea, but this thing can sometimes be funny. There's never really a moment in the show where it's like offensively bad, so you know, that's a plus. But there's just moments in this show that they make me laugh. I don't know if it's because they're legitimately funny, or if it's because like it's so stupid and whatnot. It's like, it's funny ironically, but it's funny, okay? It's funny. What the hell is this MCU style joke? Seriously. This is not funny at all, but like it's also funny because of how unfunny it is. It's like it's the damn Daniel effect all over again, when something is so unfunny that it turns around and becomes funny again. You know, my favorite thing is that this came out before the MCU even started. This came out like a year before the first Iron Man came out. So that means that this is like a precursor to the whole, well, that just happened style of humor that the MCU would become infamous for. George of the Jungle 2007 walked so that Thor Love and Thunder could run. Truly the most ahead of its time cartoon ever made. Bravo, Vince. With that said, I think it's time to move on to the 2016 version, because it is actually kind of hard to talk about the 2007 version on its own, and believe me, once you see the 2016 version, you're going to notice there's going to be a lot of comparisons made. It's going to be a lot easier to talk about it alongside the 2016 version, if that makes any sense. Out of every cartoon I have looked at on this series, I think this is the one that makes me question, how was this made the most? Like, what caused this show to be made? What caused this to happen? What the possessed someone to make George of the Jungle 2016? What was the idea behind this show? The inspiration behind it? I can only imagine what it was like to pitch this show to the executives. It's like, hey, you know that kind of crappy George of the Jungle cartoon from the late 2000s that literally nobody remembers? Yeah, let's make a season 2 or a reboot or whatever of that. It's gonna be perfect. It's gonna generate a lot of money. It's gonna be the next big thing with the kids. It's gonna be perfect. This version ran from 2016 to 2017, and it is okay, this is definitely a very interesting thing. I'm not sure if I could be able to describe this properly, so just bear with me. This is a bit of a doozy right here. We got a real interesting show here, folks. George of the Jungle 2016 has a far more surreal style of humor when compared to its 2007 counterpart. You look at both shows and you're going to notice that the 2007 version is a lot more tame when it comes to its style of humor. I'm also going to go ahead and just say that I think the 2016 version is the better of the two shows. I mean, it's not really saying much because the 2007 version isn't the worst thing I've seen on this series, but this is just like, listen, if you know anything about me, you would know that I love me some weird surreal humor, you know. Listen, The Adventures of Kid Danger is one of the greatest cartoons I've ever seen, so just keep that in mind. I am very much up for whatever the they were cooking with this show. The characters in this show are very much different when compared to their 2007 counterparts, and this is where I'm able to compare the characters and go into detail on them. So starting off, you have the titular George of the Jungle. The first thing you can notice is that the designs are definitely different. It seems that during that time between 2008 and 2016, George went ahead and lifted some weights. He hit the gym. Unfortunately, he forgot all about leg day, which is a shame. I know the whole thing with George of the Jungle is that it's meant to be like a parody of Tarzan. It's like Tarzan if he was stupid. I don't know. But George in the 2016 version is like more stupid, I'd say, compared to in the 2007 version. I'm not saying this as like a positive or a negative. This doesn't make the 2016 version better or worse than the 2007 version. It's just an observation that I've noticed. George is like seemingly more stupid in the 2016 version compared to in the 2007 version, and also his voice is completely different in both versions, which is something that could actually apply to like every character. Have a listen. Oh yeah, fun fact, the 2007 version of George shares the same voice actor as Bling Bling Boy from Johnny Test. No, I am not joking about this, I'm being serious. Moving on from that, you have Abe, George's best friend. There isn't really that many differences between the two versions. The designs are the same. The only real difference that I could think of is the voice for the two versions. In the 2007 version, he has this kind of like Brian Griffin sort of voice. I don't know. And then in 2016, they made him British for some reason. Yeah, I have no idea why they made him British, but sure, okay, why not? Go ahead. The next two character comparisons are gonna be a bit hard for me to do, and you're gonna see why. In both versions of the show, there are two girls in it, a girl named Ursula and a girl named Magnolia. The thing is, though, in both versions, their names are swapped. So this is gonna be really confusing, and there's a high chance that I will up like who is who in this part of the video, so I apologize if I end up screwing this up. In the 2007 version, Ursula is the one that's wearing a blue shirt, while Magnolia is the one with orange hair. In the 2016 version, it is the other way around. Why this is the case, I have no idea. Ursula in the 2007 version is a character, I guess. There's not really a whole lot to say about her. She's just kind of bland. In the 2016 version, though, she has more of an obsession with science, which I'm pretty sure is not something that's elaborated on in the 2007 version. I have no idea. Magnolia, though, is arguably the most significantly different character across both versions. In the 2007 version, she has this really annoying like country voice, like this like Sandy Cheeks f***ing voice. I don't know, it's really annoying. I don't know why they gave her this voice. It does not fit at all. It's like yeah, bro, when I think of the jungle, I think of like f***ing Texas and Alabama and whatever. That's clearly what I think of. In the 2016 version, though, she's a lot more like ferocious. And it's like the difference between these two versions of the characters is like it's night and day. And you just remember that these are supposed to be the same character. It's either Magnolia or this doctor character that has changed significantly between the 2007 version and the 2016 version. In the 2007 version, this character is named Dr. Scott. He is the father of Ursula, and he's a doctor basically, but like a medical doctor. In the 2016 version, his name is now Dr. Chicago. He has no connections to Ursula or Magnolia in this version, and he's also evil. And he also has this tooth assistant son thing. I don't know, I'll just let the show explain it for you, okay? Even the theme song for both shows are radically different. They have the same lyrics, however, the style of music is very different. The 2016 version feels more in line with George of the Jungle, like the jungle theme that it has. Gone is that how do you do fellow kids rap style that the 2007 version has. And again, as stated before, the 2016 version has a far more bizarre, surreal style of humor when compared to its 2007 counterpart. Now, for the most part, I find the very strange, surreal humor to be funny, but then there are rare instances where I remember that, yeah, this is supposed to be a kid's show, and as a result, there's a lot of stuff in this show that is like a little too surreal for me, and I have to question like what the is wrong with the people that made this show. This feels like a show that shouldn't exist. But it does. You know, forget what I was saying about the 2007 version. This is like something that's like a fever dream. This is just like what is this? What is this thing? Why does it exist? I've looked at a lot of different cartoons on this series that are just really bizarre for one reason or another, but I'd argue that George of the Jungle 2016 takes the cake. Let's give you a chronological timeline, okay? In 2007, a new George of the Jungle cartoon comes out. It ends in 2008, and it very quickly fades into obscurity. And I mean like extreme obscurity. As in like I see literally nobody acknowledge the existence of this show. And then in 2016, nearly 10 years later, it gets brought back for, I don't know, a season 2, a reboot. I don't know what you want to classify this as, but it gets brought back as a continuation of sorts. And despite sharing a similar art style, it is extremely different from the 2007 version to the point where you have to wonder, should I really consider these season 1 and season 2? The characters are all wildly different when compared to how they were in the 2007 version, and the show as a whole has a much more strange, surreal style of humor. And then it ends in 2017. And that's basically it. That's the last we've heard of George of the Jungle as of yet. You know, I've realized something. Season 1 came out in 2007. Season 2 came out in 2016. If we were to get a George of the Jungle Season 3, it will most likely come out in 2025 if the pattern were to continue. Let me tell y'all something, we're gonna be eating good in 2025, alright? We're getting GTA 6, we're allegedly getting Shrek 5, and we might possibly get George of the Jungle Season 3, and I don't know how to feel about that. I really don't know. Every 9 years, we will be blessed with a new season of George of the Jungle. Mark your calendars, folks. Mark your calendars. So when compared to the other cartoons I've looked at on this series, these aren't the worst cartoons I've looked at. In fact, the 2016 version is one of the best cartoons I've seen on this series, and the 2007 version it's not good, but it's also like far from the worst thing. It's watchable, I guess. I would much rather watch it than like Fairview or High Guardian Spice or anything like that. I can give it credit for that. It's not unwatchable like those shows are, but it's also not the best thing I've seen. It's just kind of in the middle. It's just this kind of bland show, a relic from a different time again, the late 2000s period for Cartoon Network, a very strange time for them. But yeah, both of these shows are, they're definitely cartoons, but I don't know if I want to call them bad necessarily. That video game, on the other hand, though, is one of the worst things I've ever seen in my life. Remember, this game came out the same year as GTA 4, okay? Let that sink in. Anyways, that's about it. If you enjoyed this video, then be sure to like, and if you're new to the channel, maybe consider subscribing, as it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you everyone for watching this video, and I will see you all next time. Adios. Ladies and gentlemen, animation was a mistake. Animation was something that never should have happened. GDT was wrong. David Zaslav is based, and I hope AI takes over in the future. I mean, considering the quality of the thing we're going to be looking at today, I'd say it already has taken over, but we're just delaying the inevitable. Let me just give y'all a bit of backstory. So, we are 23 episodes into the search for the worst cartoon, and I noticed very recently that there have been a severe lack of Family Guy clones covered on this series. Family Guy clones, I would argue, are the most prominent kind of bad cartoon. Not just for bad adult cartoons, but for bad cartoons in general. We have looked at a lot of bad adult cartoons on this series, and yet the only one that can be considered a Family Guy clone is The Prince, and that's it. There's a wide world out there of different Family Guy clones, different shows that try to emulate Family Guy in every single possible way, from its art style to its style of humor. It tries too hard to be like Family Guy. At the same time, though, I figured it would be for the better if we didn't look at that many Family Guy clones all the time, because most likely these shows are all bad for very similar reasons, and so it's like, you know, it's better to look at them sporadically. It's better to look at them occasionally, because then if I just keep looking at them over and over again without looking at any other kind of bad cartoon, it would get repetitive and stale. Let me just tell you something. The show that we're going to be looking at today, I thought was just going to be an interesting show, and it is interesting for all the wrong reasons. Allow me to introduce you to Family Gal. This is a YouTube series from 2022. Only 3 episodes were made. The first episode was made in May of 2022, the second episode in June of 2022, and the third and final episode in August of 2022. It has been over a year since the last episode was released, and I don't think there's going to be a follow-up episode. And this isn't like with Red Ape Family, where it's like a 1 episode a year sort of thing. No, this is like sporadically, occasionally in 2022, like every couple of months, there would be a new episode. And then after August of 2022, the show just disappeared from the world. For the better. I mean this with no hesitation. I am being 100% honest. I am being 100% sincere when I say that this might be the worst cartoon ever made. Fairview and Adult Party cartoon, however awful they may be, at least they are coherent. At least I can understand what's going on in them. High Guardian Spice is boring as hell, but at least I can understand what's going on in it. Our cartoon president is, okay, I'll admit I didn't give this show much of a chance just because of my strong distaste towards political humor, but from what little I watched of our cartoon president, at least I could understand what was going on. The Slim Shady Show, in all of its offensively awful glory, I could still understand what was going on in it. The episodes had storylines in them that at least I could sort of understand what was going on in them. At least I could understand the plots of these episodes. The Red Ape family I initially thought was incomprehensible as hell, but looking at it now, especially when compared to Family Gal, I could actually understand what is going on in it. I can actually understand the plot for the show. I can understand the plot for Red Ape Family. This is the worst cartoon ever made, in the sense that I have no idea what the happens in this show. It's just things happen, and that's it. I could not tell you what this show is about. I could not tell you about any of the characters. I could not tell you about anything like that, because this show is fucking impossible to comprehend. I wanted to look at this show on the search for the worst cartoon because I did see several videos talking about this show, and I got really curious as to what this was like. And as I said before, I wanted to look at more Family Guy clones on this series, just because I want to torture myself some more. Let me tell you something. This is a Family Guy clone in name only. Aside from the name of the show being Family Gal, this show is nothing like Family Guy. This doesn't have that pseudo Family Guy art style that other Family Guy clones like The Prince or Border Town or whatever has. If anything, this has a much worse looking art style, which is insane. And it doesn't try to replicate the style of humor that Family Guy has. I don't even know what to classify this thing as. Is this humor? Is this comedy? Is this funny? What? I don't get it. I know some of you could look at this and think, oh, this is going to be a funny, bad cartoon. It's going to be, like, ironically enjoyable. It's not that. Trust me when I say that this is not a funny, bad cartoon. This thing is so fucking hard to comprehend that it gives me a headache just thinking about it. There are extremely rare moments where it's funny bad, but that's it. This thing is too incomprehensible for me to consider it funny bad. And it's only 3 episodes long. That's the craziest thing. You know what? Between this and Red Ape Family, I'm gonna make a new rule. I'm never looking at another 3-episode cartoon again, because I don't care what critics say. I don't care what people will say. If a show only has 3 episodes, I'm not watching it, because the 2 times I've looked at a cartoon that only had 3 episodes, they end up being some of the worst cartoons I've ever seen. I have seen people speculate that this show was made by an AI, that AI was used in some way to make this show, and you know what? I think that's the case. I don't know where exactly is AI used. I don't know if the whole show was made with AI. I don't know if it was only the script, for the storylines and whatever was written with AI. I don't know, but AI for sure was responsible for this. There's no way that a human being was involved in the creation of this thing. I fully believe that this entire thing was made with AI. I don't even care. I fully believe it. The YouTube description at least gives me a little bit of a plot to work with, so if it weren't for this, I could not be able to tell you the plot of this show. I could not be able to tell you what this show is about. Family Gal is a humorous presentation of the adventures of Miranda Screwball, who hates men, her lady friend and lover Susan Geronimo, alias Susu, a dumb sister Mia, lovesick brother Moses. I have no idea what this means. Is there periods missing, a comma? I have no idea. I don't know why sick is capitalized, but I don't know, okay? I have no idea. Okay? It doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't make any sense. And one should not forget Miranda's kids, the 2 terrors named Idi Amin and Kim. If it weren't for this synopsis, I would not be able to tell you what the this show is about. So the first thing you probably notice is the Miranda Screwball hates men stuff, and yes, there is a weird anti-men feminist angle to this show. I'm not gonna go on a whole song and dance about how this show is woke SJW garbage and whatever, because number one, I really don't care, and number two, this is one of the only things from this show that I can actually comprehend and understand, so I don't even care. If y'all want to call me woke for this, because I don't have a problem with with the feminist stuff, and I mean, like, it goes kind of extreme in this show, like, I would not expect that at all. I love the consistency where they say they hate men, but then instead of saying woman, they say they love all females. That's nice. Instead of referring to them as woman, you say females. So like, is this supposed to be like a feminist girl boss thing, or is this an incel nice guy thing? Like, what the is this trying to do? Is like playing on both sides and coming out on top? Like, what the is this? Every males are cheaters. Wise words to live by. I should get that tattooed, seriously. Now, some of you could argue that this show is not from an English-speaking place, but I have no idea. This is either, like, all the voices, like, you hear her voice, it's clearly, like, in English, like, it doesn't have an accent or anything like that. So, like, it's either that or they use, like, AI voice actors for this thing. I have no idea. But either way, it's just like, wow. So yes, there is this like weird feminist side to this show, and yeah, you know, people could complain about how that makes this show woke and whatever, but like, listen, I don't care. I don't have a problem with it at all. If y'all want to call me woke for this, then like, sure, fine. I'm woke. I haven't slept in days because I just cannot stop thinking about how bad this show is. So yeah, sure. I guess you could say that I'm woke. There are 3 episodes of this show, as stated before. Episode 1, The Birthday Party. Episode 2, The Babysitter. Episode 3, The Werewolf. Of these 3 episodes, The Babysitter is easily the least bad one. It's still a f***ing awful episode, but it's the least bad one for a couple reasons. Number one, it is the only episode to have a somewhat coherent storyline. I could understand somewhat what the episode is about, whereas the first and third episodes are just like, I don't know what happens in them. I really don't know. And second of all, the subject of the episode, the babysitter, it's actually like the main focus of the episode. Let me explain what I mean by this. The first episode is called The Birthday Party. The titular birthday party is meant to be for Miranda's 2 kids. And even though the episode is 11 minutes long, the birthday party itself doesn't happen until near the end of the episode, like around like almost 9 minutes into it. The first half of the episode takes place on this beach. It has like nothing to do with the rest of the episode. It features Miranda and this other woman. I cannot remember her name. Already that could tell you everything that I don't remember her name. Talking to each other. There's a lot of like long pauses and gaps and whatever. A lot of scenes that like are kind of suggestive, and even though this show is up on YouTube to watch, I don't feel comfortable showing them off just to be safe. So then Miranda goes home and he sees this guy, I think this is her brother, I don't know, making out with someone, and then like this woman finds out that the guy is cheating on her or something. I have no idea. And so she goes into this bedroom and she sees another girl making out with a guy, and the guy leaves, and then they talk to each other, and I think these are sisters as well, so like these 3 are connected. We then cut to a gym where one of the girls is like exercising, and you got this like coach guy here, and there's like this unfunny joke about how he's like a pervert and whatnot. I cannot go into explicit detail because again, don't want to risk demonetization. The girl mentions the birthday party to the guy, and it turns out that this guy is meant to be the father of the kids. It's important to note that this is the only episode that he appears in. He doesn't appear in the second or third episodes at all. I feel like that's an important thing for me to note. So then we have the birthday party at the end. In the last 2 minutes of this 11-minute episode, an argument breaks out regarding which kid should blow their candle first. There's these two guys that fight over it, an Asian, like, Chinese guy and a black guy. The way it's handled makes you think, like, these are the dads of these two kids, but no, it's this guy from the gym. This guy from the gym is supposed to be the father, so I don't know why these two, like, really care that much. I have no idea. Again, this is most likely an AI-generated cartoon, so, you know, just keep that in mind. There is no way a human being made this. I am sorry if that comes off as harsh. I refuse to believe that a human being was behind this thing. So then Miranda tries to end the fight, but then she gets one of the cakes thrown at her face, and then the dad comes in, the actual dad, arguing about how he's missing his kids' birthday parties, and he gets cake thrown at him as well, and they both blow the candles, and I have no clue. Okay, I know this might seem like I'm being lazy and whatever, but I cannot understand what is going on here. There is no structure, there's no, like, way to understand it. The dialogue just nothing makes sense in this show. I can't believe I criticized Red Ape Family for being incomprehensible. This is, like, even more incomprehensible. Like, just get a load of this quality dialogue. What the f*** are they talking about? What does any of this mean? AI-generated cartoon. There is no other explanation. Oh yeah, I just want to take the time to acknowledge the sound effects for this show. There's a stalk laughing sound effect in this. Like, it's trying to be like how a sitcom has laugh tracks and whatnot. It doesn't work at all, because number one, it uses the exact same laughing stalk sound effect, and number two, whenever you hear it, it's like you don't understand what the f***ing joke is. There's, like, no joke at all. So then after that, we move on to episode 2, The Babysitter, the only episode that has a somewhat coherent plot, and it's also the best episode of the series, which isn't saying much, but it's like 1% better than episodes 1 and 3. Something that's important for me to note before we go on to episode 2, though, is Miranda Screwball, despite being the main character of this series, she is barely in the actual show. Episode 1 is the only one of the 3 episodes where she has a prominent role in the show. Episodes 2 and 3, she has almost no appearances at all. She has like a few minutes of screen time, and that's it. So I don't know why she's the main character. I think this guy is the real main character of the show because he has far more screen time compared to Miranda. He barely appears in the first episode, but in episodes 2 and 3, he has more of a prominent presence in it when compared to Miranda. So I don't know why he's not the main character. Episode 2 begins with Miranda and the other woman from the beginning of the first episode having a spa day, with Miranda claiming that she wishes to do this more often because she needs a break from her kids. However, she is unable to do so as she needs someone to take care of the kids, to which the other woman suggests hiring a babysitter. So then she hires a babysitter for the kids, and so she leaves off to the spa, and then she never appears again for the rest of the episode. Only at the very end of the episode does she reappear. Again, I don't know why she's considered the main character when she has almost no presence in the show at all, aside from the first episode. She then tells the two kids to go into their room as she calls her boyfriend, who is, I'm pretty sure it's either the same character from the first episode, or they just recycle character designs because they're lazy. I have no idea. Anyways, the two kids notice the babysitter with her boyfriend from their window, even though they're supposed to be inside of a bedroom, and they're looking into a living room. What the kind of house do they live in? Seriously. They blow two darts into the boyfriend somehow through the window, even though the window is closed. I'm not even gonna question it, okay? Just let it be, okay? Let it be. Meanwhile, the brother is at a bar and he meets this girl and he decides to take her home with him, and neither one's aware of the babysitter that's there. When the babysitter meets the two of them, the boyfriend tries to hide. There's a scene where the brother is looking into the fridge and he somehow doesn't notice the boyfriend that's there. And so the babysitter comes up with a distraction to get the boyfriend out, and yeah, this looks really good, doesn't it? This is some amazing looking animation. We also get more of the amazing dialogue from this show. So the episode ends with the boyfriend hiding in a couch under a blanket, in which the two kids point a needle at him, which prompts him to run away out of the house. And so the babysitter chases him out, and just as they are leaving, Miranda and the other woman that she's with are walking back in, and the episode ends just like that. Again, this is a terrible episode, but it's also the least bad of the 3 episodes because number 1, it actually has a sort of comprehensible storyline, and number 2, the very few funny bad moments that this show has, it's in this episode. But it's still not saying much because this episode is garbage. And so we move on to the third and thankfully final episode of Family Gal, and this is easily the worst of the 3 episodes. Most of the episode involves the brother. Again, I don't know why he's not considered the main character. He has far more screen time across all 3 episodes when compared to Miranda. I should probably put this guy on the thumbnail instead of Miranda. Most of the episode involves him trying to comfort or like scam a woman who's like crying because she got cheated on or something. I have no idea. I want to say as well that some of the worst voice acting I have ever heard in any cartoon ever comes from this woman. Like, this is like Fairview levels of bad. There's also these weird noises that play in the background whenever she's talking, and at first I had no idea what they're meant to be, but I think they're supposed to be hiccups because she's drunk. I have no idea, okay? I don't think this is more proof that this is an AI generated cartoon because there's no way, like, surely the people that made this, they would know what a hiccup sounds like, surely. So then the brother takes the girl to Miranda's house, and Miranda scolds him. We get more like feminist stuff, and I have no idea. Okay, I really don't know. She tries to actually comfort the girl while the brother meets up with the guy that cheated on the girl. Also, I just want to say, I don't know a single bar in the world that has an automatic, like, sliding door, but sure, whatever. He finds the guy and he talks to him about the woman that he cheated on with, which prompts the brother to go find her. However, after the brother leaves, the guy brings up that the woman is, like, a werewolf sort of thing and is evil and whatever. And that's where the episode comes in, the episode's name, The Werewolf, which, by the way, is one word and not two separate words, but sure, okay. Just like with the birthday party, this is near the end of the episode. Most of the episode is him talking to the girl in the bar, and then it cuts to him talking to Miranda with the girl, and that's it. The actual werewolf only appears for like a few seconds in the episode, like the last minute or two of the episode. So he meets the girl, she turns out to be a werewolf, and he's scared. So like, and the episode ends with him running for his life, and that's it. That's the end of the episode. That's the end of the show. That's the end of Family Gal. That is the end of the worst cartoon ever made. I know that it might seem like I lazily explained what these episodes about. I hastily explained them. But that's the thing, again. It is impossible to comprehend what goes on in these 3 episodes. They are all short episodes, only lasting like 10-13 minutes long, and it's only 3 episodes. But they are impossible to comprehend. They are impossible to understand what goes on in them. Every cartoon that I've looked at on the search for the worst cartoon that I at one point considered to be the worst on this series, they all have comprehensive, understandable plots. Fairview and Ren and Stimpy's Adult Party cartoon are terrible, but at least they have understandable plots. At least I can understand what's happening in them. Fairview has some of the worst voice acting I have ever heard in any cartoon ever, and it is impossibly unfunny. Like, it's actually crazy how unfunny it is. But at least I can understand what's happening in it. Ren and Stimpy's Adult Party cartoon is overly reliant on gross out humor to the point where it's like it's trying way too hard and it just makes it hard to watch. But at least I can understand what's happening in it. At least, like, you know, the infamous Ren Seeks Help is a terrible episode. It has a up plot, but at least I can understand the plot for it. At least it has an understandable plot, even if it is a up plot. This thing is impossible for me to comprehend what is happening in it. I'd say this is another see it to believe it cartoon. This is something that's like, you gotta watch it yourself in order to comprehend just how bad it is. Words cannot do this thing justice. I strongly believe that this is an AI generated cartoon, that AI was used in some way to make this thing, because this thing just feels, it does not feel like a human made this, okay? It does not feel like that at all. And that's not even getting into the animation, which is like really awful. You know, this looks like those bootleg like Elsa Gate animations. This looks like, you know, those like Frozen Elsa, Spider-Man, Olaf pregnancy animation videos. It's the same level of quality as those. It looks like clip art, yo. Like, you look at like the backgrounds, the establishing shots, they look like clip art. They look like stock cartoon images that I could find online. All that's missing are like, you know, Shutterstock watermarks and whatnot, you know? Oh yeah, speaking of watermarks, for some reason, there's like a floating watermark on all 3 episodes. Anon, which is like the name of the production studio that made this thing, or maybe it's the name of the AI that made this, I have no idea. I don't know what it's for, maybe it's for copyright, but I have no idea, okay? I really don't know. It's there, just because. I also want to bring up how every episode ends with, Adventures of the Family Gal continues, like it's like a in MCU or whatever. Iron Man will return in Avengers 7 or whatever, stuff like that. It's even more funny for the 3rd episode because, again, there was no 4th episode made, and it's been over a year since the 3rd episode was released, and yeah, there is no fourth episode. There is never going to be a fourth episode. And I honestly kind of hope there's no fourth episode, because this is the worst thing I have ever seen in my life. We have gotten to a point where it's just like, it's incomprehensible. Again, Fairview and Adult Party Cartoon are abysmal shows, but at least they are comprehensible. At least I can understand what happens in them. This is a new low. This is not a funny bad show. This is not like, you look at like the Nut Shack and you compare it to this, there's a huge difference. This makes me appreciate a lot of the other cartoons that I've looked at a lot more. The funny bad, the offensive bad, everything in between. It makes me appreciate it a whole lot more. It makes me appreciate the Nut Shack and Control Alt Delete the Animated Series, Slim Shady Show. Like, it makes me appreciate those a hell of a lot more. Red Ape Family and whatnot. I wanted to look at Family Gal because I felt like there was a severe lack of Family Guy clones on this series, even though I'd say Family Guy clones are the most prominent kind of bad cartoons. And what I end up getting is something so awful, so mind-numbingly bad, that like, I am just baffled. I am truly speechless. This is the worst cartoon ever made. There is no way that it can get worse than this. We have gotten to a point where I can't even understand what is happening in it, where it's like, it's just nothing makes sense at all. This is the level that we're at. Absolutely incredible. I'm just oh my god, you know. And y'all say Velma is bad. Velma is nothing compared to this. Every time I go online onto like YouTube or Twitter or whatever, I see someone talk about how like Velma is the worst cartoon ever made. I just think to myself, yeah, this guy would not survive Fairview or Slim Shady Show or Family Gal. They would not survive it at all. But no, keep telling me that Teen Titans Go is the worst cartoon ever made just because it ruins a show that you didn't watch at all as a kid, and you only pretend to like it just so that you could feel cool for hating Teen Titans Go. Go ahead, do that. This is the worst thing I have ever seen. This is not a funny bad cartoon. This is like, I'm just so done right now with this. I might actually end the search for the worst cartoon after this. I'm not going to, but I briefly considered finishing it and having this be like the series finale, because I think we found it. The whole purpose of this show was to find the worst cartoon ever made, and I mean like the definitive worst cartoon ever made, and not mediocre stuff like Teen Titans Go or Fanboy and Chum Chum. Needless to say, I think we found it. I think we have found the absolute nadir of animation. The worst cartoon ever made. If you enjoy this video, then be sure to like, and if you're new to the channel, maybe consider subscribing, as it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you everyone for watching this video, and I will see you all next time. Goodbye. This is the first search for the worst cartoon of 2024, and it will almost entirely consist of me trying to explain why this largely hated Cartoon Network show from the early 2010s is actually a surreal masterpiece that was ahead of its time. A misunderstood classic, if you will. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if there's something wrong with me. I don't know if I'm suffering brain rot because of some of the shows that I've looked at on this series. I don't know if it's because I'm still recovering from Family Gal, but the Problem Solverz is a good show. In fact, it is one of the greatest cartoons ever made. It is a masterpiece of animation, and I will not tolerate any slander or disrespect towards it. Today we're going to be looking at the Problem Solverz. This is a show that I actually watched when I was a kid, but I had almost no memories of it at all. Whenever I saw people talk about it, all I could think of was, oh yeah, it's that really ugly show on Cartoon Network, and that was a thing that happened. I only remembered one episode of the show. It was like the very first episode, and the only things that I remembered about it were that it involved roller coasters, time travel, and pizza, and that's it. Near the end of 2023, I ran a poll asking what show did y'all want to see me cover for the first Search for the Worst cartoon of 2024, and this show won with like no competition, so yeah, I knew immediately when I had the chance I was gonna go into this and see what it's all about. I didn't know what to expect from this show, but I especially was not expecting to actually kind of love this show. I'm not even gonna lie, it caught me by surprise. Before anything else, let us discuss the elephant in the room, the art style of this show. This show has a very unique art style, a very unique animation style. Everything is very bright and colorful and neon and whatever. I've seen a lot of people say that this is one of the ugliest cartoons ever made and that it's just a really unappealing art style, and I'm willing to bet that most of the hate that this show gets solely comes from its art style and nothing else. At first, before I actually started watching the show again, I thought, yeah, I agree, this looks ugly, this is hideous, oh my god, what were they thinking, blah blah blah. But then, like, actually sitting down and watching the show, watching different episodes of it, I kind of with the art style of this show, I'm not gonna lie. It's weird and strange and surreal, but I kind of love it because of that. It's just really psychedelic and trippy. You can definitely say a lot of things about the Problem Solverz, but one thing you cannot say is, for better or worse, there is no other cartoon that looks like the Problem Solverz. It is a very visually unique looking show. There's no other cartoon in existence that has the same art style or whatever as the Problem Solverz. There are some instances where it's like sensory overload and like there's like epileptic moments, like moments that could trigger seizures, and I will admit that it's not an art style that has a very widespread appeal to it, but I cannot deny it's a very interesting looking show, and to be honest, this isn't even the ugliest cartoon I've looked at. Stuff like our cartoon president and like the prince and whatever are like uglier than this, honestly. Those have way worse looking art styles. The Problem Solverz first aired in 2011 on Cartoon Network, where it would run for 18 episodes. Something that not a lot of people know about the show, though, was that 2 years after its initial run on Cartoon Network, in 2013, it received a second season that was available to watch on Netflix, and it ran for 8 episodes. And then sometime in 2015, the show was removed from Netflix, which initially made me concerned that these 8 season 2 episodes would be lost media, but thankfully that ended up not being the case. I managed to find the season 2 episodes online. Now listen, if I was literally any other cartoon YouTuber, I would make a snarky comment about how, oh, nothing of value was lost, am I right, guys? But because of past events that have happened on this series, I take preservation of the shows that I cover on this series very seriously. I'm not ashamed to admit that I have archived every single episode of It's Fred, Slippin' Jimmy, The JoJo and Bobo Show, The Red Ape Family, and Family Gal, should the worst happen to any of these shows. I cannot let Family Gal become lost media. I cannot let the worst cartoon ever made become lost media. I'm sorry. So before I started watching this show, I wanted to give it a fair chance. I knew about the whole, like, oh, it's ugly and whatever, it has an ugly art style, but, like, I wanted to look past that. I didn't want to be like every other cartoon YouTuber that thought, oh, this show is ugly, therefore it's bad. I wanted to look at this show beyond the art style, you know? Separate the art from the art, if you get what I'm saying. You know, look at the other aspects of this show besides its art style. And boy oh boy, do I not regret doing that. This show has a very strange, surreal style of humor, which I guess is fitting with the weird, trippy art style that it has. It really does make me question how this show aired on Cartoon Network and not Adult Swim. Like, this is the most Adult Swim cartoon to have not aired on Adult Swim at all. This doesn't even feel like it should be a kid's cartoon. This feels like it should be like for adults, you know? This is an adult cartoon that's forced to be a kid's cartoon against its will. Apparently the show was originally pitched to Adult Swim, and a pilot was made for the show named Neon Gnome. However, Adult Swim turned it down because they thought it was too mind-blowingly cute for their channel, and they believed that it would be more appropriate for Cartoon Network, which is really crazy to me, because this would fit in perfectly with Adult Swim. I'm willing to bet that this show would have a significantly better reputation if it was an adult-oriented show that aired on Adult Swim. This feels like the kind of show you would see when it's like, you fall asleep watching Cartoon Network, and then you wake up at like 3 in the morning, and you just see this is on your TV screen, you know? It's like the weirdest thing ever. So the show follows 3 characters: a human named Horace, a robot named Roba, and a brown thing named Alfie, as they try and solve different problems, as the name of the show suggests. There is a lot of admittedly really interesting ideas in this show, I guess to further tie into the weird, surreal aesthetic that this show has. Like, for example, one episode revolves around a roller coaster that can travel through time, and another episode involves elevator racing, which is basically street racing, but with elevators. Again, if I was literally any other cartoon YouTuber, I would criticize this, but for some reason, I don't have a problem with this. I think this is kind of good, actually. I think there might be something wrong with my brain. I think I have sat through so much f***ing garbage on this series that it has given me brain rot, and now I think that this show is unironically good. If I reviewed this much earlier on into the search for the worst cartoon, I would probably hate this a lot more, but considering some of the stuff that I have sat through on this series previously, considering the fact that I had to sit through stuff like Family Gal and The Prince and whatever, High Guardian Spice, just a lot of f***ing garbage shows, I think it has f***ed up my brain to the point where, like, I think this is good, unironically. I have no shame in saying that. For this video, I decided to watch a handful of Season 1 episodes and a handful of Season 2 episodes, but I also decided to go and watch the aforementioned original pilot of the show, Neon Gnome, which was made sometime in 2008. And I've gotta say, it's even more weird than the final show, and it also makes me wish that this show took this route instead when it became a full-fledged series. I have no idea how Adult Swim looked at this and thought it was too mind-blowingly cute, and like Cartoon Network would be perfect for the show. Like, nah, this is prime Adult Swim material, this pilot. It doesn't get any more Adult Swim than this. Neon Gnome revolves around the 3 characters trying to get rid of a giant rollerblade that's in their possession. I believe this rollerblade belongs to their landlord, who is only in this short and isn't in the final Problem Solverz cartoon, to my knowledge. There's just a lot of weird stuff in this short, and I kind of love it. This does go back to what I said earlier about how this is like the kind of show that's like you wake up at like 4 in the morning after falling asleep watching Cartoon Network, and like this is on your TV. This weird psychedelic surreal shit is on your screen. It's even more weird and surreal than the final show, if you can believe it. I also decided to watch a couple of the Season 2 episodes because I wanted to see how they compare to the Season 1 episodes, considering the fact that number 1, these episodes came out 2 years after the first season, and number 2, they were on Netflix and not Cartoon Network. And honestly, Season 2, it kind of sucks, I'm not gonna lie. Season 2 isn't bad, per se, but it's a lot more tame and normal compared to both the Neon Gnome and Season 1. It's a lot less weird and surreal, which greatly disappoints me. I am probably the only person in the world that would say that this show was better when it was more weird and unhinged, but That's just how it is. I didn't really give season 2 much of a chance. I sat through one episode and I sat through half of another episode and I decided, yeah, this sucks. Season 1 is so much better than this. And so after season 2, the show was removed off of Netflix in 2015, and that's where the story of the Problem Solverz ends. Apparently, the creator of the show, Ben Jones, had another cartoon in the mid-2010s about ducks, I believe, and I have no idea how it compares to the Problem Solverz. It is a more adult-oriented cartoon compared to the Problem Solverz. I have no idea if it's good, if it's bad, is it better or worse than the Problem Solverz? I don't know. But I figured I might as well bring it up here. I genuinely believe that this show was ahead of its time. If this show came out today, it would be considered a masterpiece. People in 2011, they just weren't prepared for the show. They just weren't prepared for it at all. I mean, to be fair, considering the fact that 13 years have passed and somehow this still hasn't gotten a critical re-evaluation yet, it leads me to believe that people in 2024 still aren't ready for the Problem Solverz, which only makes it even more ahead of its time than I thought. You would think that with the rise of surreal humor in the late 2010s and early 2020s, you would think that in a time where f***ing Skibidi Toilet is the most popular animated series right now, you would think that people would look back at this show in retrospect and think, oh, you know what, this is actually a misunderstood masterpiece. It was ahead of its time. We didn't understand it in 2011, but now in 2024, we completely understand it. Nope. Nothing like that has happened yet. I'm surprised by that. The fact that this visually unique, visually interesting cartoon is considered ugly garbage is just mind-boggling to me, seriously. You know what? Now that I think about it, maybe the people that made a big deal about how CalArt's style was bad and how every modern cartoon looks the same and whatever, maybe they had a point all along. I just couldn't see it at the time. Also, this goes without saying, I feel like it's stupid for me to bring it up here because it is super f***ing obvious, but just because a show has that round face, bean mouth, Steven Universe art style doesn't mean it's bad automatically. I can't believe that has to be said. I feel like that's just common, obvious knowledge, but I guess not. I gotta put that up as a disclaimer. Actually, nah. Why stop at the Problem Solverz? I want to see a critical re-evaluation for the 4 weird, surreal Cartoon Network shows of the early 2010s. I want to see people acknowledge these shows as being ahead of their time. To be fair though, Uncle Grandpa has gotten a bit of a critical re-evaluation. I've seen more people be positive towards Uncle Grandpa, so you know what? At least nature is healing, slowly but surely. At least people are finally coming to their senses and realizing that Uncle Grandpa was always a good show. It's so ironic to me that cartoon YouTubers in the early 2010s would say that Uncle Grandpa is unwatchable random equals funny garbage, only to then turn around and say like Ren and Stimpy or Cow and Chicken or whatever are classics, as if either of those shows are any better or different from Uncle Grandpa. Like, I know I'm gonna make a lot of people mad for saying this, but like, how are these two shows any better or different from Uncle Grandpa or the Problem Solverz? Like, I don't get it. No, you don't understand. Cartoons that have weird, surreal humor in them are perfectly fine if they came out in the 90s, but if they came out in the 2010s, then they're bad. Gotta love nostalgia bias, seriously. Thing from my childhood, good. Thing not from my childhood, bad. It is the stupidest logic I have ever heard in my life, bro. If Uncle Grandpa came out in the 90s, it would be considered a classic. If Ren and Stimpy came out in the early 2010s, it would be considered garbage. I could easily see Ren and Stimpy coming out in like 2011 or 2012, and instead of being considered a cherished cartoon classic, it is instead lambasted by every cartoon YouTuber you could possibly think of. Like, I could easily imagine Mr. Enter making $1 million million animated atrocity videos talking about, oh, this show is the reason why modern cartoons are garbage. I miss the 90s when we had real cartoons like Fanboy and Chum Chum and Breadwinners. Like, it's so easy to imagine the roles being reversed. It's not even funny. You know, throughout this video, I keep talking about how this show was ahead of its time, but at the same time, funny I know, this show feels like it's very much of its time. This show has that epic, awesome aesthetic that the early 2010s just kind of had. This is a show that could have only existed in 2011. I don't know how I could be able to elaborate on this, but hopefully you will understand what I mean by this. Hopefully this will make sense to you somehow. I understand that this is a bit of a controversial opinion, and even though I keep parading this around as a misunderstood masterpiece, I admittedly can sort of understand why people don't like this show. Really, the only valid criticism that could be had for this show is a lot of the colors in the show could be it could affect those with like sensitive eyesight. It could like induce seizures and whatnot. But that's kind of it, really. I didn't watch every episode of the show, so I could be wrong on this, but I was genuinely surprised by how very little toilet humor there was in the show. This does feel like the kind of show that would have a lot of toilet humor in it, and yet surprisingly, I almost never saw any toilet humor in the show, which is a plus. It is there, though, and it is honestly pretty cringy, but thankfully, from what I can gather, it is rare, so there's not really much point in complaining about it. This is just a really weird show, and I'm surprised it hasn't gotten like a cult following yet. This feels like the kind of thing that people years on from now will just remember. It's like, this is like a fever dream cartoon. That weird, surreal, trippy Cartoon Network show from the early 2010s that, like, we remember it. You know, I kept talking about that stuff with George of the Jungle 2007. I think this is a much more appropriate show for that. This is the Cartoon Network fever dream show, not George of the Jungle 2007. Is this a controversial opinion? Yeah, it is. Do I care? No, not really, because I wholeheartedly believe that the Problem Solverz is a misunderstood masterpiece of animation, a show that would receive critical acclaim if it came out today, and was a more adult-oriented show that didn't air on Cartoon Network, and instead it aired on Adult Swim. Actually, never mind, I think it's best that we keep this far away from Warner Bros. Discovery. I don't want David Zaslav to ruin this masterpiece over here. I went into this show expecting it to be unwatchable, random equals funny garbage, and what I end up getting is a strange cartoon that was ahead of its time, and it also made me realize the double standards that the cartoon community have when it comes to cartoons that have a weird, surreal style of humor. Like, I would genuinely love a lengthy, detailed explanation in the comments on how Ren and Stimpy is a cherished cartoon masterpiece, while Secret Mountain Fort Awesome is unfunny, random equals funny garbage. Because to me, they might as well be the same show. I don't see the difference. If Ren and Stimpy is good, then so is Secret Mountain Fort Awesome. If Secret Mountain Fort Awesome is bad, then so is Ren and Stimpy. I don't make the rules. Anyways, that's about it. If you enjoyed this video, then be sure to like, and if you're new to the channel, maybe consider subscribing, as it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you everyone for watching this video, and I will see you all next time. Adios. Hello, and welcome to the biggest search for the worst cartoon that I have made thus far. Today, we are going to be looking at 5 cartoons. That's right, we're not going to be looking at just 1 cartoon, or even 2 cartoons. No, 5 cartoons we're going to be looking at today. I have always had a fascination with rip-offs, bootlegs, off-brands, knockoffs, anything of that sort. Attempts to copy something that's more popular and just failing miserably at doing so. Rip-off video games, rip-off movies, you name it. It interests me. And as a result of my strange fascination with rip-offs of any kind, whether they be bootlegs or simple rip-offs, because you gotta remember there is a difference between the two, it has culminated with this video. Today, we are going to be looking at 5 cartoons that are all rip-offs of different Nickelodeon shows. I will refer to these set of shows as the Not Nickelodeon Collection. Original name, I know. So without further ado, allow me to introduce you all to the Not Nickelodeon Collection. Starting off, you have Coconut Fred's Fruit Salad Island, a kids WB cartoon that ran from 2005 to 2006 and is a ripoff of SpongeBob SquarePants. Moving on from that, you have Wild Grinders, which technically shouldn't be included here because it did air on Nicktoons, at least in the US where I live, it aired on Nicktoons, but I'm still including it anyways. This show ran from 2012 to 2015 and is a ripoff of Rocket Power. After that, you have Pixel Pinkie, an Australian cartoon from 2009 that rips off the Fairly Odd Parents. Master Raindrop, a 2008 cartoon that rips off Avatar: The Last Airbender. And finally, you have Too Loud, an animated web series from 2017 that rips off The Loud House. Now before I talk about these 5 shows and how they compare to the other cartoons I've looked at on the search for the worst cartoon, I want to give out 2 honorable mentions. The first honorable mention goes to the Schnookums and Meat Funny Cartoon Show, which is quite a name, I must say. This is a show that aired on Disney in the mid-90s, and it is apparently a ripoff of the Ren and Stimpy show. I decided to watch a couple episodes to see how it was, and yeah, I could verify that it has the same sort of like wacky slapstick style of humor that Ren and Stimpy had. But at the same time, I felt like that wasn't really enough for me to call it a ripoff. This was just simply what every cartoon in the 90s was like. I don't really see why it's this cartoon specifically that I should look at and be like, oh, it rips off Ren and Stimpy, when it's like, the 90s were probably full of these Ren and Stimpy wannabe cartoons, you know? It's a bit like how around that same time, like during the Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis era, there was just a ton of different video games that were trying to be like the next Sonic the Hedgehog, you know? Stuff like Bubsy and whatever. It's like every video game in the 90s, in the early 90s at least, wanted to be just like Sonic. And I guess something similar to that happened with cartoons. Every cartoon in the 90s wanted to be like Ren and Stimpy. Sonic the Hedgehog wanted to be just like Ren and Stimpy in the 90s, you know, it all comes full circle. I don't really see why I should look at this show specifically when it comes to the whole, like, it rips off Ren and Stimpy stuff. I just don't see it. That's just kind of how cartoons were in the 90s. At the same time, though, I'm pretty sure Cow and Chicken was, like, the only one of these Ren and Stimpy-esque clone cartoons that was, like, actually successful and is still fondly remembered to this day, but that's beside the point. Also, this is an anthology series, meaning in addition to the titular Schnookums and Meat shorts that are kind of similar to Ren and Stimpy, there's also 2 other shorts that have almost nothing to do with Ren and Stimpy at all, and I don't want to go the cheap route and only focus on the Schnookums and Meat shorts and not the other 2 shorts, so yeah, I'm not including this in. And it's not really that bad. It's just kind of average. There's nothing offensively awful about it. It's not search for the worst cartoon worthy. I don't know, but whatever the case may be, I'm not looking at this. I'm just briefly bringing it up here, and that's it. Our second honorable mention goes to this Canadian cartoon that I randomly stumbled upon named Rev and Roll, which I couldn't help but notice had a very heavy resemblance to Paw Patrol. Paw Patrol counts as a Nicktoon, right? F it, I'm counting it as one, I don't care. I couldn't find any information about this show online, I couldn't find where to watch it, I couldn't find anything like that, but I don't think that really matters. I mean, just look at this one image, it looks like Paw Patrol. Like, the resemblance is uncanny. Even if I was able to watch this cartoon, I'm not gonna do it simply because this is clearly something that's intended for a very young demographic. I have a strict rule on the search for the worst cartoon where I don't look at shows intended for like toddlers or anything like that, because I don't really think it's fair to do that. Stuff like Peppa Pig and Caillou are shows that like I will never cover on the search for the worst cartoon, no matter how many people ask me to cover them, because number one, I am not the target audience for these shows. Number two, I am not a parent, and I have a younger sister, but she's too old for both of these shows, so there's literally no reason for me to review these. It's not like I'm a concerned parent or older brother or anything like that. Number three, both of these shows have been talked about to death by so many other people. It's like, what could I say about Caillou that's new? What could I say about it that nobody else has already said about it, honestly? And number four, for the case of Caillou specifically, and this does tie into number three, Caillou isn't airing anymore. Why? What is the point of still complaining about Caillou in this day and age? Not only has it been done to death, but also Caillou ended in like, what, 2010, 2011, something like that? It is so stupid to like still hate on it in 2024, unless they like brought it back, but I have no idea. And even if they did bring it back, it's like, who cares? It's not like there's any kid watching it right now. Maybe back in like, I don't know, the mid 2000s, this would have been like a big thing, but like nowadays it's like, who cares? I don't know a single kid that's still watching Caillou in this day and age, man. Y'all need to get with the times, seriously. Kids nowadays don't watch Caillou. Kids nowadays, they watch stuff that is like way f***ing worse than Caillou in every single aspect, if I were to be honest.
Skibbity toilet is in Garden of Ban Ban!
Oh my god, my head hurts so f***ing much right now. Yeah, all of a sudden, Peppa Pig and Caillou don't seem that bad for your kids to watch now, do they? Lesser of the two evils and all that other stuff.
That's right! All the Garden of Ban Ban monsters have turned into toilets! And it's now the Skibbity Garden of Toilets! It's Skibbity Evil Ban Ban! Yeah!
Bro, where are the Go Animate grounded videos on this? Seriously, why can't we keep up with the times and move on from Dora and Caillou and Barney and like whatever crap that like kids don't watch anymore? Let me see Sniper Wolf gets grounded, Skibbity Toilet gets in dead meat, you know, get with the times. There is not a single child that is part of Generation Alpha that watches Dora or Barney. Get with the times, please. I apologize for going off on that tangent, but it's stuff that needed to be said. I'm not going to be looking at this because number one, it's not for me. Number two, it's redundant to hate on it. Number three, I can't find it anywhere. And number four, this probably isn't even that bad. It's just mediocre as hell. I don't know. I think I've delayed the inevitable long enough. Now it is time to talk about these 5 amazing masterpiece cartoons. If you enjoyed this video, then be sure to like, and if you're new to the channel, maybe consider subscribing, as it would be greatly appreciated. And with that said, let us dive in to the first cartoon in the Not Nickelodeon collection. Coconut Fred's Fruit Salad Island is easily the most well-known and infamous of the 5 Not Nickelodeon collection cartoons. Although the other 4 cartoons in the collection are extremely obscure, there's a very good chance that you've probably heard of Coconut Fred's Fruit Salad Island at some point before. I'm sure most of you have heard about how this show is a SpongeBob ripoff and whatnot, how Rob Paulsen, who provides the voice for the titular character, regrets this role, and it's one of the very few roles that he regrets doing, that sort of thing. I'm sure you've heard of it before. I wanted to go into this show and come out of it thinking, hey, this wasn't as bad as everyone said it was. I really wanted to do that. I wanted to give this show a bit of a chance. Like, SpongeBob's similarities aside, I could see this being a pretty good show, and I really wanted to walk out of it thinking, hey, this wasn't as bad as people made it out to be. Unfortunately, though, that ended up not being the case. Although Coconut Fred's Fruit Salad Island is far from the worst thing I've seen on this series, it's still not very good. For starters, let us just discuss the similarities to SpongeBob. The titular Coconut Fred is very similar to SpongeBob in that they're both very hyperactive, energetic, happy-go-lucky characters. In Coconut Fred, there are these two banana brothers that are like idiots, and I guess they could be the Patrick of the show. I don't know. There's also this watermelon character and this lemon sailor character that I guess could both be considered the Squidward of the show. Mainly the melon character, as he's like grumpy and he gets annoyed by Coconut Fred's antics and whatnot, very similar to how Squidward gets annoyed with SpongeBob. In addition, the main cast also includes this tiny cherry, this wild, ferocious strawberry, and this apple bully, all of which are original characters as far as I'm aware, so, you know, you gotta give credit to the show for not being 100% a ripoff of SpongeBob when it comes to the characters. You could probably say that the apple bully character is a ripoff of Flats the Flounder, but I'd say that's stretching it. I'm pretty sure like almost every cartoon in the 2000s had that one bully character in it, and Coconut Fred was no exception to this. But the thing is, though, it's not even just the characters of the show that are similar to SpongeBob. There's just certain elements from SpongeBob that are just taken and put into this show. You know how in SpongeBob they have those like weird detailed close-ups and whatever? Yeah, something like that is in this show. It actually caught me by surprise, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't think that these would be ripped off from SpongeBob. One episode involves the gang going to like this gated community that's just, it's straight up f***ing Squidsville. Like, you have the giant gate that opens up, and then like inside is this neighborhood with like houses that all look the same, and in Squidsville it's full of these characters that look like Squidward, and in this show it's characters that look like the strawberry character. It's like, it's crazy. I mean, that's really where the similarities to Squidsville ends, but still. One episode feels very similar to ARG in that they get a treasure map from a fruit cereal and they start looking for the buried treasure on the map. They try to find the X. When they find the treasure, these three pirates that are like part of the cereal appear and they're on a floating ship, and it's like, it's super similar to the Flying Dutchman. When I first went into this, I thought the SpongeBob similarities would just be limited to, okay, you have the main character who's hyperactive and happy-go-lucky and whatever, and then you got the grumpy character who doesn't want to take part in it at all, and then you got like the idiot best friend, or friends for Coconut Fred's case, and like that's it really. But this is surprisingly more of a copycat of SpongeBob than I initially thought. At the same time though, I still wanted to be fair to this show. I wanted to look at it past the whole like SpongeBob ripoff stuff and give it a fair chance. I wanted to go out of this show thinking, okay, you know what, yeah, there are similarities to SpongeBob, but it's not bad. It's not as bad as people said it was. And as I said before, this isn't the worst cartoon I've seen on this series, but it's also far from the best one. I genuinely wanted this to be like not as bad as people made it out to be. I wanted this to be like kind of a good show, but I guess not. This isn't going to be another Problem Solverz situation where the show is actually nowhere near as bad as people made it out to be. The main character, Coconut Fred, is honestly pretty annoying, I must say. I don't want to be disrespectful to Rob Paulsen or anything like that, but his voice as this character, it can get pretty grating at times. The overly energetic, hyperactive character of Coconut Fred can get pretty annoying eventually, and the whole show in general just kind of has like an obnoxious tone to it. It didn't really affect me that much at first, but then as I kept watching more episodes, it really started to get to me a little bit. I mean, it never got to the point where it's like, I hate this show, and I think it's like one of the worst cartoons ever made, but it definitely did hinder whatever enjoyment I could have potentially had watching this show. This show only lasted 25 episodes to my knowledge, from 2005 to 2006. It aired on Kids WB. Fun fact, this show premiered on the same day as Johnny Test and Lunatics Unleashed, that weird, edgy Looney Tunes cartoon that nobody remembers. September 17th, 2005 will forever be a historical day for animation. This was the Barbenheimer of animation. This was Barbenheimer before Barbenheimer. It's so ironic to me how like Johnny Test was the only one of these three shows that was actually good, and then like eventually it became bad as the years went by. Speaking of Johnny Test, I noticed from time to time there's these whip crack sound effects in Coconut Fred, and all I could think of was Johnny Test, and that's it. It's even more funny considering the fact that, like, when Johnny Test started, the whip crack sounds were nowhere to be heard. It wasn't until, like, much later on into the show that the whip crack sounds became more present. So it turns out that Coconut Fred was the one that started the whip crack stuff, and not Johnny Test. What a shocker. I only sat through 5 of the 25 episodes. It was pretty apparent by the time I got to like the 3rd episode that I was not going to watch all 25 episodes of the show. However, there is one episode that I wish to talk about specifically. Sir Not a Lot, the 3rd episode of season 2. This episode is a video game parody. You have Coconut Fred, who's dressed up as Cloud Strife from Final Fantasy VII. The aforementioned Banana Brothers are dressed up like Mario and Luigi. The Watermelon Squidward character is dressed up as Princess Peach. And the Apple Bully character is not dressed up as Bowser, but is instead dressed up as Sephiroth. Yes, seriously. At the end of the episode, there's a Donkey Kong reference included, but that's kind of it. I really wish they went further with the video game references. At the same time though, the fact that it's only Mario and Final Fantasy VII that are parodied is honestly really f***ing funny to me, especially considering the fact that like I could just imagine like a kid watching this when this came out in like 2006, and it's like, don't get me wrong, Final Fantasy is a famous video game franchise. Final Fantasy VII is one of the most famous video games of all time, but like compared to like Mario, it's kind of niche in a way. Like any kid that watches this is gonna recognize the Mario references. Do you think any kid watching this is gonna know who the f this is supposed to be? They're gonna be confused as to why it's not Bowser or anything like that. And it actually doesn't even make sense. Like if you're gonna have this like save the princess stuff, I mean, it wouldn't really be appropriate for Final Fantasy, but like they could have at least made it Aerith or Tifa or like anything like that. I don't know. Instead of Princess Peach, they could have just made this a complete Final Fantasy episode instead of Mario and Final Fantasy VII. I guess this episode is for that one specific person out there in the world that ships Princess Peach and Sephiroth together. Sure. Whatever floats your boat, I guess. The whole episode just feels like a really weird Mario Final Fantasy VII crossover fan fiction that someone wrote. It would honestly be less bizarre if there were other video games referenced alongside Mario and Final Fantasy VII. Stuff like Sonic and The Legend of Zelda and whatever, Pac-Man, you know, getting referenced. That would be like, it would feel less weird, less bizarre, but at the same time, it's kind of perfect the way that it is. Just these two video games, the only video games that exist, Super Mario Bros. And Final Fantasy VII. It's crazy. The fact that the episode is named Sir Not a Lot, just, it makes it even better. It's just the cherry on top, if you will. Coconut Fred's Fruit Salad Island is, again, I think I've said this a lot, but it's not the worst cartoon I have ever seen. I could actually see this being a good cartoon, which is something that I very rarely say about the cartoons that I look at on this series, and there's a very high chance that this is the only cartoon in the not Nickelodeon collection that I can say this about. But there are things that I do like about this show. I really like the art style it has. It has a very colorful, charming art style. I think the reason why I wanted to go into this and think it's like better than people made it out to be is because of how much I adore the art style of the show. Honestly, the only real issue that I have with this show is it's just kind of obnoxious at times. The character of Coconut Fred can be a little too hyperactive, and yeah, it could be obnoxious at times. It never gets to a point where like I really hate the show or anything like that, but I could definitely see how it could be grating for some people. Aside from that though, I don't really have much of a problem with the show. I don't even have a problem with the SpongeBob similarities because I kind of find them funny in a way with how blatant it is. It would be one thing if it was just the character tropes are similar, but you got like super specific stuff from SpongeBob, like the detailed close-ups and the gated community from Squidsville that are just ripped off, and it's like, it's funny to me. I can't really get angry at it. It's funny to me how blatant of a ripoff this show is of SpongeBob. This is not me saying that this is a funny bad cartoon. This is just me making an observation. I just find this to be a mostly mediocre but still kind of obnoxious, not very good show. I guess, yeah, it's not as bad as other cartoon YouTubers make it out to be. It's watchable. For what it's worth, there is a very high chance that this will end up being the least bad of the 5 not Nicktoons that I'm going to be looking at, so just keep that in mind as we go on, that this is likely the peak of the collection. Just keep that in mind. Oh yeah, one more thing before we move on to the next cartoon. Fun fact, contrary to popular belief, Rob Paulsen, who, as I said before, provided the voice of Coconut Fred, does not actually regret voicing Coconut Fred or Bubsy, which is another role that he's infamous for, and that many people claim he regrets that role as well. It turns out that's not the case. He does not regret doing these 2 roles at all. He goes into detail about it in a 2019 Q&A, which I'm going to play a clip for right now. I'll leave the full Q&A in the description below for you to see, but it's at the very end of the Q&A.
I think he has a new game.
And the reason I'm not involved is not because I don't want to be. They hired somebody else. I got nothing against Bubsy. Make your press.
So, at the very least, not worse than Coconut Fred, right?
No. And I didn't have any problem with Coconut Fred either. Coconut Fred, by the admission of the producers, was nothing short of their version of SpongeBob. Coconut Fred. So instead of having a talking sponge that lives in the water, we got a talking coconut who, you know, whatever. But it was great. I love my job. Are some shows more fun than others? Yes. But, dude, if anyone, on the internet too, if any of you ever see me or any actor complaining about getting a nice paycheck for doing something, we go, smack them.
I was actually quite surprised by this, I'm not even gonna lie. I was originally going to include a segment talking about how he regrets this role and he regrets voicing Bubsy in that failed pilot, but it turns out no. He doesn't regret doing either role, which I thought was an interesting thing to bring up in this video, so we could just debunk that. If there's anyone watching this that still thinks Rob Paulsen regrets voicing Coconut Fred, then, well, that's not true anymore. You heard it from the man himself. So anyways, with all of that said, allow me to move on to the next cartoon in the Not Nickelodeon collection. When the time came for me to move on from Coconut Fred onto Wild Grinders, I knew there were several things that I had to take note of. One of those things being the way that both shows rip off their respective Nicktoon. Coconut Fred is a ripoff of SpongeBob SquarePants in several different aspects. Both shows have completely different premises, aside from the fact that they both share a tropical theme. However, there are specific character tropes that are taken from SpongeBob, as well as episode ideas and whatnot, specific things from SpongeBob that are taken and put into Coconut Fred. Wild Grinders is a ripoff of Rocket Power. However, the only thing that really makes it a ripoff is its premise. Both shows revolve around kids who are into extreme sports and whatever, skateboarding and whatever, pulling off tricks, anything of that sort. Now, I'm gonna go ahead and admit that I never really watched Rocket Power all that much when I was a kid. I don't even know if I actually watched it at all when I was a kid. I have like almost zero memories of it at all. From what little I remember about the show, it was a cartoon that was very much of its time. This show ran from 1999 to 2004, and I feel like only in that time period could the show have been made. And so when you get a ripoff of the show that ran from 2012 to 2015, yeah, it's going to feel a lot more awkward in comparison. But here's the thing that makes Wild Grinders different from Coconut Fred. Well, okay, there's a lot of things that make them different, but here's one thing that makes them different. I never really had a problem with the SpongeBob similarities that are present in Coconut Fred. To me, it was just kind of funny how blatant of a ripoff it was of SpongeBob. It was not something that like I got angry over, but I could see why people criticize Coconut Fred for being a SpongeBob ripoff, especially since SpongeBob is a famous, beloved cartoon that everyone knows and loves. In contrast, I don't think there's anyone out there that's going to criticize Wild Grinders for being a Rocket Power ripoff, because I don't think there's anyone out there that cares about Rocket Power that much. When it comes to the 5 cartoons that are being ripped off in this video, you have a show that's complete garbage, a show that not a lot of people really care about all that much, and 3 classics, and that's it. I mean, granted, 3 out of 5 is basically over half of the shows, but still. Now, despite the many differences between Coconut Fred and Wild Grinders, there's one thing that the two shows have in common. The main problem that I have with both shows have nothing to do with the fact that they are ripoffs of their respective Nicktoons. With Coconut Fred, my main issue with it was not that it was a SpongeBob ripoff, but rather it was just because of its kind of obnoxious, annoying tone, and that's it. Likewise, my main issue with Wild Grinders is not, oh, it rips off Rocket Power. No, my main issue with it is that it's honestly a dull cartoon. Again, this isn't the worst cartoon I've ever seen on this series, but I'd be lying if I said that this was anything to like write home about at all. This is just a really dull, unremarkable show. There's nothing offensively bad in it. I mean, okay, there are rare instances where it could be offensively bad, but that's it. But watching through the show, all I could think of was, can I go back to watching Coconut Fred again? That was honestly a much better show than this. First things first, let us take a moment to acknowledge the art style of the show. Now, some of you could look at these screenshots and think that this show looks weirdly familiar. And the reason for that is because this show shares a very similar art style to The Nut Shack, which was a cartoon that I previously looked at on the Search for the Worst Cartoon, and as a matter of fact, it currently stands as the best cartoon I have looked at on the Search for the Worst Cartoon. In addition to that, I did bring up Wild Grinders in the Nut Shack Search for the Worst Cartoon that I made. I didn't know the name of the show at the time, but now, here you go, now I know the show, and yeah, I can confirm this is Definitely something that should be on the search for the worst cartoon. For some reason, when I went into Wild Grinders, my initial thought process was, okay, this show looks like The Nut Shack. The Nut Shack was a funny bad cartoon, so maybe this could be a funny bad cartoon as well. Yeah, no, that ended up not being the case at all. I would actually say that this show is arguably worse looking than The Nut Shack, even though they have extremely similar art styles. The Nut Shack came out in 2007, whereas Wild Grinders came out in 2012. I feel like this kind of art style is fitting for a trashy, edgy adult cartoon from the late 2000s, but it doesn't really feel the same. It doesn't really feel as fitting for a cartoon from the early 2010s that's intended for kids, if that makes sense. As stated before, this show ran from 2012 to 2015. This is easily the longest lasting of the 5 not Nickelodeon collection cartoons, and it also has the most episodes as well as a result of this. Naturally, I was not going to sit down and watch all 101 episodes of the show. I only watched like a small handful of them. And unless there's a standout masterpiece episode hidden within this show's library, akin to Sir Nut-A-Lot from Coconut Fred, I think this show is worse than Coconut Fred, honestly. It's just a really dull show. Kind of what you would expect from this like low budget cartoon from around this time. I guess in the same way Rocket Power was emblematic of the late 90s and early 2000s, this show was emblematic of the early 2010s. Just these like cheaply made, low-budget flash cartoons that would fall into obscurity not long after its release. As I said in the beginning of this video, this technically shouldn't be part of the Not Nickelodeon collection because this show actually did air on Nicktoons in the US at least. I'm not sure if it aired like elsewhere in other parts of the world. Most likely it did. Most likely in the US it aired on Nicktoons, but in other parts of the world it aired on like some other different channel. I don't know. But I still think it deserves to be in here despite this. Perhaps if this aired on the main Nickelodeon network and not on Nicktoons, then I would say like it doesn't count at all, and this would likely be like its own separate search for the worst cartoon instead of being part of the not Nickelodeon collection. But the fact that it's on the less popular channel, I think that makes it kind of more deserving of being here, if that makes sense. So the show is apparently loosely based on the childhood of serious creator Rob Dyrdek, who also happened to be a former professional skateboarder, which only makes me question even more if I should consider this a Rocket Power ripoff or not. That's another thing to take in as well. With the exception of Rocket Power, the 5 Nicktoons that are being ripped off in this video, they're all like popular, famous shows, you know? SpongeBob, Fairly Odd Parents, and Avatar The Last Airbender are all considered beloved classics. Everyone knows them, everyone loves them, and even though The Loud House is garbage, I unfortunately cannot deny that it is a very popular show. Nobody cares about Rocket Power all that much, so like it wouldn't really make sense for them to rip off this show that nobody cares about. You would think like, you know, if you're gonna rip off a show that's famous, rip off a show that everyone knows and loves. If this show came out around like the early to mid 2000s, like closer to when Rocket Power was airing, then yeah, I would probably call this a blatant ripoff just like that. But this came out in 2012. Who the cared about Rocket Power in 2012? I think the best way to describe Wild Grinders is it's an unintentional ripoff of Rocket Power. I look at Coconut Fred and I think, yeah, for sure the people behind this were trying to copy SpongeBob. I look at Pixel Pinkie and I think, yeah, for sure the people behind this were trying to copy the Fairly Odd Parents. I look at this and I think, I mean, yeah, there are a lot of similarities to Rocket Power, but it feels more like a coincidence than anything else. Are there a lot of similarities between Wild Grinders and Rocket Power? Yeah, there are. Is it fair for me to call Wild Grinders a ripoff of Rocket Power? Sure, I guess. Maybe. But was it intentional? Were they intentionally trying to rip off Rocket Power? No, I don't think so. I don't think that's the case at all. I think this is the only one of the 5 cartoons that's going to be reviewed in this video that isn't intentionally trying to be a ripoff of the Nicktoon that I'm claiming it to be a ripoff of. It feels more like a coincidence than anything else, honestly. This is not me saying that Wild Grinders is a good show, because in all honesty, it's not a good show. I mean, it's not awful either, but it's also, like, just kind of bland and uninteresting. I don't really have a lot to say about, like, the plots of the episodes or the characters. Well, okay, there's one character that I want to briefly talk about. So, included in this cast of skateboarders is this emo kid named Emo Chris. No, I am not joking. That is his actual name, and his whole thing is just saying edgy emo stuff. Typical. It is the cringiest thing I've ever seen in my life. I guess it's included as like a satire of how emos are overly sensitive or something like that. I don't know, but it's not funny, like, at all. It also feels kind of outdated considering the fact that the show again ran from 2012 to 2015, and I feel like around that time the emo subculture was like nowhere near as big as it was. I think like the peak of emo was like in the mid 2000s, between 2004 to 2007, no later than 2008. So like by the time this show came around, you know, making fun of emos was like kind of outdated, you know? What was the point in doing it? Something interesting that I found out about while doing research on the show was that the Wild Grinders brand is actually much older than I thought it was. The show came out in April of 2012, however, the Wild Grinders brand actually predates that. I've managed to find a YouTube channel for the show, and I looked and I saw the oldest video that was uploaded onto that channel. It was uploaded in November of 2009. Apparently, Wild Grinders actually started off as a toy line, as well as a series of shorts. I did check, and I could find a lot of these figurines online. I could find, you know, listings for them on eBay and whatever. It's crazy. I had no idea this started off as a toy line, and then it became a cartoon. I found a video from August of 2011, which again predates the April 2012 release date for the show, and it's like apparently during that time there was a Taco Bell like promotional tie-in thing where they would sell toys for this show before it became a show. Also, I just want to acknowledge how scary this mascot for Lil Rob, the main character of the show, is. Jesus, man. Apparently at some point in 2015, which was after the show came out, there was a mobile game that was made. However, this mobile game is now lost media. I've managed to find a couple videos for it on YouTube, including a trailer uploaded onto the Wild Grinders YouTube channel. But when I look for the game on the App Store, all I get are dating apps for some reason. I don't know. So then I became even more interested in this show than I was before. The stuff surrounding this show, the behind the scenes stuff, honestly is more interesting to me than the actual show itself. There's very little to say about the Wild Grinders show itself. It's just really bland and uninteresting. There's nothing offensively bad about it, except for the emo character, of course, but that's about it, really. I still feel like Coconut Fred is the better cartoon because it's much higher quality, and also because, you know, there's a lot more stuff for me to say about it when compared to this, but still, this is far from the worst thing I've ever seen on this series. So there you have it, folks. Wild Grinders, one of the cartoons ever made. This was a show that I'm pretty sure I might have watched this when I was a kid at some point, because I do have extremely vague memories of watching this on Nicktoons, but I don't know. Maybe I would see like commercials for the show, but like I never actually watched the show itself. I don't know. But I do have vague childhood memories relating to this show. I don't know if it's from me actually watching the show or if it's from me seeing commercials for the show, but regardless, I have some form of childhood nostalgia for the show, if you can even classify it as nostalgia. This is the only one of the 5 not Nicktoons where I can say that for. This is the only one that I have any sort of attachment to, that like this is the only one that like I watched when I was a kid. I'm genuinely surprised that it lasted as long as it did. I mean, it didn't last that long. It ran from 2012 to 2015, which all things considered is a pretty decent run. I would have thought this would be like an extremely short-lived cartoon, but considering the fact that this is a pretty bad, very obscure cartoon, I'm surprised it had a decent run, all things considered. Ran from 2012 to 2015 with 101 total episodes. That's pretty good, all things considered. And with all of that said, I think it's time to say goodbye to the Wild Grinders and move on to the next cartoon in the Not Nickelodeon collection. The downfall of the Fairly Odd Parents is something that I feel like should be talked about more, because I don't think there is any other cartoon that has went through seasonal rot as badly as the Fairly Odd Parents. Like, you look at something like The Simpsons for comparison, it's just, oh, the modern episodes aren't as high quality as the older episodes, and that's it. Nothing more, nothing less. It's just as simple as that. And then with the Fairly Odd Parents, it's like it started off good, and then as time went on, there was just all kinds of shit getting thrown at it, and it just seemingly never ends at all. You have the first 5 seasons, which are all great. There's like just banger after banger in the first 5 seasons. Only on rare occasions do you get like a bad episode. And then everything changed in 2008 with season 6 when they introduced Poof into the show. Now, to be fair, the show didn't immediately become bad when Poof was added in. I guess seasons 6 and 7 are okay, but there is a very noticeable downgrade when you compare them to the first 5 seasons. And then later on they add Sparky into it, and it's like, okay, yeah, this is when the show is becoming bad now. Can we end it, please? Can we put the show out of its misery? And then for the show's 10th and final season, they add another new character, Chloe, into it. And by that point, it's just like, please, leave it alone. Just end it already. End the Fairly Odd Parents already. And then they changed the theme song, which is a crime against humanity. And then like midway into the 10th season, because of budget issues, they had to change the show into Flash animation, and it looks really off. And then the show just abruptly gets cancelled in 2017, just like that. It just disappears without a trace. You would think a show as big, as long-running as the Fairly Odd Parents, you would think it would get like a big finale, but no, it just ends abruptly. It just gets cancelled, and that's it. Just like that. The Fairly Odd Parents just disappeared, and we somehow never noticed it. It gets even crazier when you realize there were several perfect opportunities to end the show. They could have ended it with Channel Chasers. They could have ended it with Wishology. They could have ended it with Jimmy Timmy Power Hour 3. They had so many opportunities to end it, and they just decide, nah, we're not gonna end the show. And then randomly one day in early 2017, it's just, yep, the show's gone. It's over. It's dead. It doesn't even end with like a big finale. The final episode is probably just a normal, ordinary episode. The most underwhelming thing ever for such a legendary classic show. And then, as if that wasn't enough, throughout the show's run, we would receive not 1, not 2, but 3 live-action movies. I don't know a single human being out there that was asking for 3 live-action Fairly Odd Parents movies that starred one of the girls from Victorious and Drake Bell of Drake and Josh fame, who also just so happens to be a not very good person, let's put it that way. You know, just to add a little, just to make things even better, I'd say. And then at some point in 2022, they made another live-action version of the show. This time, it's a short-lived sitcom based on the Fairly Odd Parents that's supposed to be like a sequel or something, I don't know. It comes out, it gets negative reviews, it's immediately forgotten about. I couldn't find any news at all of the show being canceled. I couldn't find like an official announcement, but it's been over 2 years, I'm pretty sure, since this came out, and it got removed off of Paramount Plus, and like Nickelodeon is not advertising it anymore, so I think it's safe to say the show has been canceled. It's just dead, just like that, gone. There's like no way to watch it at all. You want to watch Fairly Odder, you gotta sail the 7th season in order to watch it. It's just as simple as that. And then apparently they're just making another version of the Fairly Odd Parents, this time a Netflix cartoon, which, I mean, okay, maybe that's a little bit better than doing it in live action, but still, it's like, nobody wants a new version of the Fairly Odd Parents. Just please leave this franchise alone. It's been bad for far longer than it's been good. And then, as if that wasn't enough, Butch Hartman, the creator of the show and the creator of Danny Phantom, two of the most beloved Nicktoons, turns out he's not a very good fellow. What are the odds? It turns out that Butch Hartman cannot draw for shit, and that the iconic thick outline, sharp edges art style that Fairly Odd Parents and Danny Phantom have, it's from someone else entirely, Steven Silver. He also said some stupid shit about how, like, religion can cure autism or something like that. I don't know. Just plain tomfoolery all around. Just plain stupidity, just like that. The downfall of the Fairly Odd Parents is something that just deeply fascinates me. It just every couple of years there's like a new train wreck relating to this show. You look at any other show that went through seasonal rot and it's just a lot more simplistic. It's just, oh, the Simpsons was good back then, but now it's not good anymore. Family Guy was good back then, but now it's not good anymore. Simple as that. And then with the Fairly Odd Parents, it's just a shit storm, a never-ending shit storm of garbage. And yet, somehow, despite everything that I just brought up, none of the things that I brought up come close to being as bad as Pixel Pinkie. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I might have lost my mind right now. I knew that making one giant video covering numerous different cartoons would be an awful idea, but I had no idea it would be this awful of an idea. Pixel Pinkie is an Australian cartoon that ran from 2009 to 2012. It ran for only 2 seasons and had 52 episodes in total. The show follows a girl named Nina. Nina had recently moved to a new town with her parents. Her mom, that's just a character. There's literally nothing to say about her at all except that she has Bart Simpson hair and that's it. And her dad, which is like this like hippie sort of character. I don't know why. I'm 99% sure Nina is adopted because like I just don't see, these three feel like they're from completely different families. I don't know though. I'm not gonna go and question the logic of this show. Thank you very much. On the first day of school, she sees a bunch of kids that all have phones except for her. There's these 3 like bully characters that they're like supposed to be like spoiled rich girls or something. I don't know. One of them is just straight up Buttercup from the Powerpuff Girls. So you know what? There's another cartoon that's ripped off in addition to Fairly Odd Parents. And so Nina decides to go and buy a phone for herself. As it turns out though, the phone that she buys is a magic phone that has a genie inside of it named Pixel Pinkie, who happens to have some of the worst voice acting I have ever heard in any cartoon ever. Like, imagine just having to hear this voice for all 52 episodes. Mother of God.
You remembered my birthday, guys! I've been waiting for a birthday party ever since forever. Wow, Nina, thanks for all this cool stuff. So, what are we going to do for the other 23 3.5 hours.
So Pixel Pinkie is a genie that lives inside Nina's phone. She's basically Cosmo and Wanda, in case that wasn't obvious enough already. Whenever Nina wishes for something, Pixel Pinkie tries to grant it, but it ends up causing more trouble than good. And so it's up to Nina and her friend Annie to try and stop whatever problem is in these episodes. It's just Fairly Odd Parents if it was bad, okay? I could make a joke about how, like, the post-poof episodes are basically Fairly Odd Parents if it was bad, but, like, trust me when I say, like, I don't care how bad they are. There's no way the Sparky or Chloe episodes are worse than this. I'm just gonna put that right there. I'm just gonna go ahead and say that. In addition to being a ripoff of the Fairly Odd Parents, I can't help but notice that this show kind of bears a resemblance to Johnny Test as well. Which, I mean, Johnny Test aired on Nickelodeon in some parts of the world, so you know what? It counts. I don't care. This might arguably be the most blatant of the 5 not Nickelodeon collection cartoons. Like, somehow Coconut Fred feels less blatant than this. In the same way Timmy has to keep Cosmo and Wanda a secret from everyone, including his parents, Nina has to keep Pixel Pinkie a secret from everyone, including her parents. It's the same damn thing. There's a few episodes of the show where one of the bully girls, the one that looks like Buttercup, it tries to find Pixel Pinkie. Like, she tries to catch Nina with Pixel Pinkie to prove that she exists, and she's basically the Mr. Crocker of the show. She tries showing the other 2 bully girls that Pixel Pinkie exists. However, every single time there's something that comes up that thwarts her plans, and yeah, she's Mr. Crocker. Literally the exact same character. I have no idea why they decided to make her the Mr. Crocker ripoff. I'm not sure why they didn't just create, like, a new character to take on the Mr. Crocker role. I don't know why they decided one of the bully characters, especially the one that looks like Buttercup. I guess they decided, nah, let's not rip off one character. Let's rip off 2 characters at the same time. Why the hell not? There's an episode where Nina breaks her phone case and she tries to get a different phone case, and every time she changes the case, it ends up changing Pixel Pinkie as well, which is, I guess that's an okay idea. I don't know. It's one of the very few original ideas that's in this show, so, you know, I'll give it credit for that. Annie decides to give Nina her phone case to put onto her phone, and by putting it on, it completely changes Pixel Pinkie. She's now black and white and a lot more boring and serious, and it's just the Pixies. Like, it's just straight up the Pixies. There's a musician that Nina and Annie fangirl over in a couple episodes named Coolest Luke, who I'm just gonna say, boy, you will never be Chip Skylark, okay? You will never be as iconic as Chip Skylark. You could never create a banger like My Shiny Teeth and Me. I'm just gonna say that right there. And then there are entire episode plots just lifted from the Fairly Odd Parents with no shame at all. There's an episode of the Fairly Odd Parents where Timmy and his fairy godparents, they swap places. Timmy is the fairy, while Cosmo and Wanda are normal kids. And then there's an episode of Pixel Pinkie where Nina and Pixel Pinkie swap places. Nina is the genie and Pixel Pinkie is the normal girl. There are not 1 but 2 episodes dedicated to Nina cloning herself. In the first episode, Pixel Pinkie clones herself to be like Nina so that she could babysit 2 kids, while the real Nina and Annie go to a party. And in the second episode, Nina wishes for there to be 3 clones of her so that she could be able to do 4 different things at once after school. I swear, I don't remember 100%, but I swear there's an episode of the Fairly Odd Parents that's like that, where it's like Timmy just clones himself to do a bunch of different things at once. I don't remember if it was like pre-poof or post-poof. I think it was pre-poof, but I don't know. Maybe it could have been from the Oh Yeah cartoon era, but like, I don't know. For sure, there was an episode of the Fairly Odd Parents where Timmy clones himself, and it's like, this is the same thing as that. There are probably a lot more similarities between the 2 shows, but I cannot stand to sit through another episode of Pixel Pinkie. I'm sorry. I spent a lot more time watching this show when compared to both Coconut Fred and Wild Grinders, and the reason for that is because I am astonished by this show. I am astonished by how fucking awful it is. Usually whenever I watch a cartoon that's offensively bad, it's like I try and watch as much of it as I can, and then like eventually when it gets too much for me, I'm just like, yeah, no, I'm not watching any more of this, no thank you. And then sometimes though, you get cartoons that are so fucking bad, I just cannot help but just keep watching it, more and more of it, just keep consuming the garbage, because I'm just dumbfounded by how garbage it is. After sitting through 2 cartoons that are not good, but not that terrible either, I'm just gonna go ahead and say that Pixel Pinkie is one of the worst cartoons I have ever seen. In fact, I don't know if it's fair for me to put it down here, but I think this is the worst cartoon I've ever seen. This is actually just vile. It's wretched. There's something about this show that's just so ugh about it, you know? I think a big part of it just comes from me watching so much of it because I was just fascinated with how awful it was. And keep in mind, there are 52 episodes of this thing. I must have sat through at least like maybe 15 episodes, 20 episodes, I don't know. But I have sat through a good chunk of Pixel Pinkie. I have watched more Pixel Pinkie than I probably needed to. I was originally probably only gonna watch like maybe 5-6 episodes, maybe like no more than 8 or 10. I ended up watching like a lot of episodes of this thing because I was so amazed at how garbage it is. I've already brought up how awful the voice acting for the titular character is, but the voice acting in general is so bad. I'm not trying to be like rude or whatever because I know this is an Australian cartoon, but like still, that's not really much of an excuse. Sometimes I think about like the shows that I've reviewed, I look at like the really bad ones in particular, and then it's like, I think the worst thing a show can do is annoy me. And that's what Pixel Pinkie did. The voice acting is awful. Nina's voice is awful. The bully girls' voices are awful. It's awful all around. It's an assault on your ears.
Look, Nina's leaving with that cool pink-haired girl. That's the guitarist. Hello? Nina, I can't dance if there's no music. Nina! Quick, they're getting away.
I seem to notice there's a recurring trend going on with the Not Nickelodeon collection, in that my main issue with these cartoons are not the fact that they're ripping off the respective Nicktoons that I'm claiming them to be a ripoff of, but rather, it's just, there's other qualities that they have besides the fact that they're ripoffs. My main issue with Coconut Fred is not that it's a SpongeBob ripoff. My main issue with it is that it's just kind of annoying and obnoxious, although it's nowhere near as bad as Pixel Pinkie. My main issue with Wild Grinders is not that it's a ripoff of Rocket Power. In fact, I don't think there's anyone out there that cares about Rocket Power that much to like get mad at this for ripping it off, but my main problem with it is just that it's just kind of dull and uninteresting. And then my main problem with Pixel Pinkie is not the fact that it's a Fairly Odd Parents ripoff, but rather it's everything about it is bad. Most of the episodes have dialogue in them that just comes off as being from out-of-touch corporate businessmen trying to appeal to the kids, trying to appeal to the current youth, and it is so fucking cringy to watch. Like, I know this was made in 2009, but like still, it's just like like what the hell? It's some of the most how do you do fellow kids dialogue I've ever heard in my life.
That's the core juice bar. It's where anyone who's anyone hangs out after school.
Cool. We'll have to come back later. That's later. L8R.
Hey, you're getting into the text talk already.
There's an episode of the show where Nina and Annie get to hang out with Coolest Luke, and I know this was made in 2009. I know, like, you know, it was a different time, but like, you know, this kind of looks off now in retrospect. This has aged so f***ing badly now in recent times. Like, what does this look like to you, huh? What does it look like? I'm just gonna go ahead and play this one little clip, and I'm gonna ask, how does this clip make you feel? In today's day and age, how does this clip, how do you feel watching this clip, honestly? Ignore the fact that this was from 2009, just focus on it from the perspective of today. How does this make you feel?
You might want to get that. Call us Luke?
Listen, I looked at your webzine and homepage and I just love it. Love it. You're exactly the kind of talent I could use. How would you like to spend a few days with me? Taking photos and just hanging out. Getting to know the real me. So you can design my website.
I'll just discuss it with my, associate. We're a very tight-knit pair. Be right back.
Yeah, the implications, the very unfortunate implications that this episode has today. Throughout the episode, Nina and Annie notice that Coolest Luke is kind of a spoiled bitch. And then there's one scene that is so f***ing disgusting that, like, I don't even think I can show it or even describe it, but, let's just say, you know that one guy at Nickelodeon who made like all those sitcoms, and he had like that a specific fascination with that one part of the human body, you know, like that guy. Yeah, that is in it. And like when you take into consideration, like you think about like that nowadays, it's like it's not even just the Mr. DS or anything like that. It's not even just that, but it's just there's just so many things that make that poorly aged. I really wish I could go into more detail about this, but like I don't feel comfortable doing so. As a form of revenge, rather than calling the police, Nina and Annie decide to create a website exposing Coolest Luke for all the stuff that he had done. Being serious about this is just all the instances of him being a spoiled brat and not like any genuinely up stuff of, you know. Coolest Luke confronts the girls about the website and admits that he's struggling with his fame, he's struggling with his pop star life, and he would rather be a normal boy, he would rather live a regular life, which is not an excuse at all. He apologizes in what is very clearly a fake apology, and Nina and Annie just decided to forgive him, and they decide to go to his concert anyways. And like you frequently see him in a lot of the subsequent episodes, you see him mentioned. I get that this was made back in 2009, but like, Jesus, watching this today in 2024, it's very uncomfortable to say the least. It makes you question, like, how the hell were they okay with this, really? On a serious note, looking past the unfortunate implications that this episode has, looking at it now, I usually don't really care all that much about, like, messages and morals and whatever in cartoons, but thinking about it with this, it made me realize that never meet your heroes is a lesson that I almost never see in any cartoon at all, and I feel like that's a really important lesson that kids should learn. And I'm so surprised that like there's barely any cartoons at all. There's like almost no cartoon I could think of that has that sort of message of, you know, never meet your heroes, anything of that sort. I would have been amazed if Pixel Pinkie of all cartoons would have this sort of message, you know, don't meet your heroes, don't idolize people, celebrities are not your friends, parasocial relationships are bad, you know, that sort of thing. I'm surprised there's not a lot of cartoons out there that have that message, and it would have been crazy if this was one of the only cartoons to have that message, but nope, they just go with a cheap cop-out, and they end up forgiving the person that they're idolizing. At the same time, though, I feel like I might be asking for just a little bit too much out of this extremely obscure, extremely crappy Australian Fairly Odd Parents ripoff from 2009. I have to wonder, is there anything good about this show? Is there anything good about it at all? Yeah. There's one vaguely good thing about it. There is one episode of the show that is actually somewhat kinda decent. It is the least bad episode out of the many episodes that I watched of the show, and if I ever do decide to just go for it and watch all 52 episodes of the show, God help my soul, this would very likely still be the least bad episode of the show. It's also the final episode of the show, just to make things even better. It really says a lot when the only semi-decent episode of the show is also the serious finale. In the final episode of the show, it's revealed that Nina only has a limited number of wishes left with Pixel Pinkie, and once she's used up all her wishes, Pixel Pinkie will have to move to another phone and leave Nina forever. For most of the episode, Nina tries her hardest to not wish for anything. However, she ends up failing at doing so, and this all culminates with a scene where the kids in her class start singing the wishing song, which is such a stupid thing that I can't help but find it kind of funny. It just comes off as like lazy bad writing, and in a way that kind of makes it funny. Sadly, there's nothing else like that in this show, this sort of like funny bad writing. Nina gets caught lip syncing to the song, and against her will she's forced to sing the song out loud in front of the class. And in a way, it's actually a somewhat enjoyable, funny scene. Not that enjoyable or funny, but compared to the rest of the show, it's definitely way more funny and enjoyable. That's for sure. By the end of the song, Nina only has one wish left, and so she decides to use it to see what's inside of her phone, to see what Pixel Pinkie's life is like inside the phone. And so the three of them transport into bootleg fairy world. An important detail to note with the show regarding the wishes is that eventually they wear off. Nina wishes for something and Pixel Pinkie grants it, and then like she can't undo the wish or anything of that sort. The wish has to wear off at a certain point in time. That's how it works. There's rare moments in the show where Pixel Pinkie has a rule book, which I guess could be akin to Doll Rules, but it doesn't really appear that often for me to say it's like a full-on ripoff. So if you want to count it as more proof that this show is a ripoff of the Fairly OddParents, then go ahead. I already feel like there's enough proof, but hey, more proof wouldn't hurt. Why not? And then my favorite thing about it is that the episode just ends abruptly. It ends with the wish wearing off and both Nina and Annie returning back to the real world, and that's it. It just rolls credits immediately after that. I swear to God, I did not edit this at all. This is actually how the episode ends. This is actually how this show ends.
Want me to teach you how to loop-de-loop? More than anything, Pixel Pinkie. Whoops, looks like you're out of here.
You know what? This might be an awful show, but like I can vaguely respect it. I could just ever so slightly respect it for having an actual serious finale. I genuinely thought they were going to do some cheap cop-out ending where it turns out, oh, never mind, Pixel Pinkie's going to stay with Nina forever. But like, no. The episode ends and like Nina doesn't have her anymore. She doesn't have Pixel Pinkie anymore. So, you know what? I can give vague praise to this show for that, for actually having a serious finale. This is one of the very, very, very few cartoons on the search for the worst cartoon to have an actual serious finale. Most of the cartoons that I look at, they either get cancelled or they just end with no like actual conclusive finale. So for this to have a proper finale is kind of impressive, especially considering the fact that the real Fairly OddParents didn't have a proper finale either. As I said in the beginning of this segment, there were several instances where the show could have ended perfectly, like with Channel Chasers or Wishology, but it just kept going on. And then the last episode of the show, the serious finale of the Fairly OddParents, is just an ordinary 11-minute episode. There are so many instances in the Fairly OddParents where it's just this like cheap cop-out endings, where it's like, is Timmy gonna lose his fairy godparents? Are Cosmo and Wanda not gonna be with Timmy anymore? And like almost all the times, they end with, oh no, they get to stay with Timmy, never mind. So like, that's one thing this does that's better than the Fairly OddParents. I cannot believe I am giving a little bit of praise to this show, but I am. This is the only thing Pixel Pinkie has over the Fairly Odd Parents, and it might be the only thing that any of the not Nickelodeon collection cartoons have over the real Nicktoons that they're ripping off. But even then, though, that is obviously not enough to save this show from being one of the worst cartoons I have ever seen in my life. I really hate this show. I genuinely do. It is so f***ing bad, like you have no idea. It's crazy how we went from two shows that they're not good, but they're also not that bad either, to a show that's just genuinely awful to sit through, genuinely abhorrent. And yet despite this, despite how awful this show is, I couldn't help but sit through a lot of episodes of it. I sat through more episodes of this than I did for Coconut Fred or Wild Grinders, even though it is so much worse. And again, that's because I was just so astonished by how bad this show was. It's like a rare kind of offensively bad, where it's so offensively bad, I just want to keep watching it. I don't turn away from it. There's no limit where it's like I get like, okay, I don't want to watch this anymore. I'm sick of watching it. God, end the pain. Instead it's just like I just keep watching it because I'm so fascinated by how awful it is. It truly is one of the worst cartoons ever made, easily. And so far, it is the worst cartoon that I think I've looked at on the search for the worst cartoon. This could be subject to change at some point in the future, but please keep in mind that if I ever do decide to change it so that's like, okay, this isn't the worst cartoon I've seen on this series, this comes dangerously close. Like, this is like rock bottom, essentially. Very close to rock bottom. Even if I decide that, okay, you know what, this isn't the worst one. This is probably gonna be like second or third worst. I don't know. What an awful f***ing show. Genuinely vile to sit through. And with all of that said, let us move on to the next not Nicktoon. After spending a large amount of time sitting through the nightmare that was Pixel Pinkie, I knew for a fact that no matter what, these final two shows couldn't be as bad or worse than Pixel Pinkie. I just simply refused to believe that such a thing could be the case. I'm not gonna spoil how Too Loud is just yet, but for Master Raindrop, well, let's talk about it. Master Raindrop is a cartoon that ran from 2008 to 2009 for only one season and 26 episodes. It is a ripoff of Avatar: The Last Airbender, and this is another Australian cartoon similar to Pixel Pinkie, which makes me question what is up with Australia and making crappy knockoffs of Nickelodeon shows. Does Nickelodeon not exist in Australia? Like, I don't get it. What's the deal? So the show includes 5 elements in it instead of 4. See guys, this is a totally different, totally unique show from Avatar: The Last Airbender. Avatar: The Last Airbender only had 4 elements. This has 5. Water, wood, yes, wood, not wind or air or anything like that, wood, metal, fire, and earth. I'm gonna admit right here that I haven't watched Avatar: The Last Airbender in forever, and I really need to rewatch it at some point, so if I get any details about Avatar wrong in this segment, then I greatly apologize, considering the fact that that live-action Netflix show came out very recently, and I've heard very mixed to negative things about it. I don't think I could have chosen a better time to cover this obscure Avatar ripoff. I really couldn't have chosen a better time. Compared to the previous 3 cartoons, this one's gonna be a bit harder for me to review, and the main reason for that is just because this show is f***ing boring in comparison. Pixel Pinkie is worse than this, but like, at least there's stuff in it that I could talk about. This is just like boring. There's nothing for me to say about it at all. Aside from the show having a martial arts theme and also being about elements, I don't really think there's that many similarities to Avatar The Last Airbender, in that I don't think there's any specific stuff from Avatar The Last Airbender that's just ripped off and put into this, similar to Coconut Fred or Pixel Pinkie. It's obviously a ripoff, don't get me wrong, but I don't think there's any like specific episode plots or anything of that sort that's taken from Avatar and put into this show. I will say though that the show kinda reminds me of the Little Panda Fighter a lot, mainly because of its really bad animation. I feel like that might be a little harsh for me to say for this show because this is clearly some cheap, low-budget cartoon, but I cannot look at this and just not think of Little Panda Fighter. Something about the way the animation is, it really does remind me of the Little Panda Fighter. Some of the characters also have a really annoying voice as well, which seems to be a recurring thing in the not Nickelodeon collection for some reason. Somehow Wild Grinders is the only one of these shows that doesn't have any sort of like annoying, obnoxious voice acting, which is weird to me. I already know for a fact that Too Loud will be annoying as hell to sit through. I mean, it's in the name, Too Loud. It's gonna be obnoxious to sit through, I bet. One of the main elements of the show is Metal, who's represented with this anthropomorphic golden monkey who I guess is intended to be the comedic relief of the show. He also has this unbelievably annoying voice. Like, just listen to it, man. Just listen to it.
Oh! Don't be such a bunch of potty poopers. These guys are dying to meet me. Jinho, metal element. Take a bow if it makes you feel comfortable.
In general, though, a lot of the characters on the show just have really awful, annoying voices. It's crazy.
Noty for you! You interrupted the sacred ceremony, destroyed the disc of harmony, and chipped one of my nails! Who are you?
Oh, I was like meditating in my favorite moon crater when this ball of chaos came like flying in. Next thing, I was making like a meteorite.
The moon! Then you must be Chang'e, the moon goddess!
Look at my home, it's burning up! Oh, too many bad vibes. I need to calm down.
So the plot of the show goes as follows. A long time ago, there was this golden dragon that brought peace and harmony to the world. There was this guy, the main villain of the show, that wanted to defeat the golden dragon in order to start his own evil empire. He brings down the dragon, however, it splits up into 5 separate elements: water, wind, wood, earth, and fire. The main villain guy, who I genuinely don't care what his name is, managed to get Fire, who is basically the Zuko of the show, I suppose. And he tries to stop the 4 remaining elements from reuniting and reviving the golden dragon. So in addition to this guy and bootleg Zuko, there's also this weird slug thing that's just included as well for some reason. He's basically meant to be the comedic relief of the villains, always screwing things up and being stupid and clumsy, and it's meant to be funny, and it's not very funny at all. Something that surprised me about this show is that this is another rare instance where a cartoon I cover on the Search for the Worst Cartoon actually has a serious finale. The show ends with the 5 elements coming together to become the Golden Dragon. And yes, that does include bootleg Zuko over here. I feel it's worth noting that for a large majority of the show, bootleg Zuko is portrayed as a bad guy, one of the villains of the show. The theme song portrays him as being part of the main cast of elements, as in like he's with the other elements on their journey. And yet, it's not until the penultimate episode of the show where he switches sides and joins the elements. There's an episode early on into the show that hints that bootleg Zuko might join the good side. However, by the end of the episode, he decides against that. That's like, I believe, the 5th episode of the show. I don't know. Again, this lasted 26 episodes, and I didn't watch every episode. Listen, these are 26 episodes that are all around 23 to 24 minutes long. There's no way I'm gonna sit through all of this. I'm sorry. I watched the first 5 consecutive episodes of the show, and then I skipped all the way to the penultimate episode because that was the episode where Bootleg Zuko became a good guy, and then I watched the final episode of the show, and I felt like I missed nothing important at all. I felt like there were no important details from between episodes 6 to episode 24 that I was missing out on. So do what you will with that information. Compared to the previous 3 not Nicktoons, I don't even know if there's a lot for me to say about this show. There's something about it that's just kind of unappealing to me. I'm not sure what it is. Like, I cannot imagine anyone really enjoying this show. I watched the show on YouTube and I decided to scroll through the comments for one of the episodes, and I would see people talking about how they have like nostalgic childhood memories of this show, and it's like, I cannot imagine someone actually like watching this as a kid, let alone having nostalgic memories of it. I'm surprised it took me this long to make that realization, but like, yeah, there are people out there that have grown up with the shows that I've talked about on this series. Someone out there watched these shows initially when they were first airing. Not even just for the Not Nickelodeon collection, but just for the Search for the Worst cartoon in general. Someone out there watched the Little Sam and Cat show when that was going on, and they have nostalgic memories of that. Someone out there watched the Nut Shack when that was airing all the way back in 2007. Most likely not a lot of people watched it, but I know for a fact that at least one person, one human being out there at some point in 2007 watched the Nut Shack on national television, and I'm not sure how to feel about that. Someone out there watched the Slim Shady show when that first came out, and they thought it was comedy gold. I myself am guilty of this. There are several cartoons that I've looked at in this series that I did indeed watch when I was a kid. Almost every cartoon that I've looked at on this series, someone has watched at some point, whether it be like a show from when they were a kid or not. It could be like an adult cartoon that they will watch. Like, someone watched Alan Gregory when it was airing back in 2011 on TV, stuff like that, and it just weirds me out, the idea of that. I don't know why. I can't even imagine like growing up with this. I'm sorry. I can't even imagine like someone out there grew up with Pixel Pinkie. Like, that's just hard for me to comprehend. I don't know why. There is at least one person out there in Australia that grew up in the late 2000s watching both Pixel Pinkie and Master Raindrop. At least one human being out there had these 2 shows as their favorite cartoons growing up as a kid. I don't know how to feel about that. I really don't know at all. But going back to what I was saying, there's just something really unappealing about this show. I'm not sure there's that much for me to say about this when compared to like Coconut Fred or whatever, but like that's just the one way for me to describe this show. It's just kind of unappealing to me. I guess it's just the bad CGI that affects it, the bad animation. This really does remind me of the Little Panda Fighter, but it's not like funny bad like Little Panda Fighter. It's just kind of, again, unappealing. You know what? I just realized something. In addition to the Little Panda Fighter, this show also reminds me of that really weird, really obscure Cartoon Network show with those Kung Fu chickens. Chop Socky Chooks. I'm not sure how many of y'all are gonna remember this show. I have basically no memories of this show. I don't even know if I watched this as a kid. But yeah, this was a real show that existed. This wasn't some weird fever dream that you had. And yeah, Master Raindrop really does remind me of this show. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know how I could be able to go into further detail about this, but there is something about this show that I just do not vibe with. There's something about this show that it just does not sit right with me. I get that this is a show that's intended for a young demographic. In fact, I think out of the 4 cartoons that I've looked at so far, this is the one that's like the most obviously intended for a younger demographic. I get that even though this is a ripoff of Avatar, it's obviously not gonna have the same, like, themes and whatever that Avatar has. Unlike the other cartoons, this one is a bit different in that, like, watching this show, I sometimes forget, oh yeah, this is meant to be an Avatar ripoff. I guess that could just be because there's not really much similarities between this and Avatar. There are still similarities, and there are enough similarities for me to call it a ripoff. But yeah, there were moments in this show where I'm just watching it and like, yeah, it's garbage, but I forget often that this is meant to be a ripoff of Avatar. Maybe if I like rewatched Avatar and like it was still fresh in my head, then I would probably go into more detail. There'd probably be a lot more similarities between both shows than I initially thought. I'm not sure. There isn't really a whole lot for me to say about this show. It's just kind of boring, and there's just something about it that's just not appealing to me at all. I'm not sure if I want to call this offensively bad necessarily, but this is definitely one of the worst cartoons I've looked at for sure. The show itself is just generally not very funny, entertaining, nothing like that. The green slug, as I said, is meant to be the comedic relief, and well, he's not very funny. As a matter of fact, I'm just gonna say this, I feel like a large part of the unappealing nature of this show just comes from this slug character. I'm not sure what it is. You might think it's stupid for me to say that like this show is bad because I don't like one character, but that's just kind of how I feel. Something about this character, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's like the character design, maybe it's the bootleg Patrick Star voice that he has.
That was the worst pork bun I've ever eaten. Oops. And you look really stupid in that armor. Sorry. And you've got this big body and tiny little head.
I don't know what it is, but like I feel like this character greatly contributes to the generally unappealing nature of this show. I don't like Master Raindrop very much. I don't think it's a very good show. I think it's boring, uninteresting, not very funny, not entertaining, and yeah, it's just generally unappealing, and I really don't like it. So with all of that said, let us move on to the fifth and thankfully final cartoon in the Not Nickelodeon collection. Of course, it's a ripoff of The Loud House. Just perfect, really. Just absolutely perfect. What else would it be? Seriously. After suffering through 4 different Nickelodeon ripoffs of varying quality, none of them good at all, our journey across the Not Nickelodeon collection comes to a pleasantly brief but ultimately underwhelming end with Too Loud, a 2017 cartoon that allegedly rips off The Loud House. And I say allegedly because, to be honest, this show has almost nothing in common with The Loud House at all. This is going to be a very brief segment when compared to the first 4 cartoons. I understand that's going to be disappointing, but that's just kind of how it has to be, really. The show follows 2 kids named Jeffrey and Sarah who help out in a library. The only problem though is that they're, well, too loud. They have huge heads, and I guess that causes them to be extraordinarily loud. This honestly doesn't really feel like a Loud House ripoff all that much. Only 16 episodes were made, with all of the episodes being extremely short. The longest episode is only 5 minutes and 58 seconds long. So you know what? This was a breeze to get through. This was a much needed breath of fresh air after sitting through the previous 4 shows. So let's see what makes this a rip-off of The Loud House. For one thing, the show has the word loud in its title, and for another thing, one of the 2 main characters, Jeffrey, bears a slight resemblance to Lincoln Loud. And by slight resemblance, I mean he has a round head and white hair just like Lincoln, and that's basically where the similarities end between the 2 shows. Looking at this character a lot more, he doesn't even really look like Lincoln all that much. I mean, yeah, he has a round head and he has white hair, hair, but like that's kind of it really. He barely looks like Lincoln aside from that. If anything, he looks more like a hybrid between Timmy Turner and Flapjack rather than Lincoln. Some of you might be asking me, why am I including this as part of the main not Nickelodeon collection instead of including it as an honorable mention at the very beginning of the video? Well, you see, the main reason is, even though this isn't really much of a Loud House ripoff, I still don't think it's a very good show. I mean, it's relatively harmless as far as the cartoons that I've looked at on this series go. You can sit down and watch this show and not question your entire existence while watching it, which is more than I could say for Pixel Pinkie, but the show itself is still not that good. I would have thought that this show would have just been, oh, it's funny because the main characters are loud and annoying, but like, there wasn't really that much of that in this show, surprisingly. I mean, it is there, don't get me wrong, but like, it's not as bad as I would have expected it to be. I would have thought that this would be an extremely insufferable show, but it's surprisingly tame when it comes to its obnoxiousness. I thought this would be something that would give me a headache, and it didn't really give me that. I think this is like similar to Slippin' Jimmy, where I would hate this more if it was like a long, like proper cartoon basically. Cause Slippin' Jimmy is like the same thing as this. Only 6 episodes long, and they're all really short, so it's like there's not really much of a point in complaining about how bad the show is, because it goes by like a breeze basically. You start watching the show and then with a blink of an eye you finish watching it just like that. If this had more episodes, or if the episodes were longer, then I would probably hate this a lot more, but as it stands, this is just relatively harmless. I still don't think it's good because it's not very funny. I did say that like the loud, obnoxious humor in the show is not as bad as I would have expected it to be. That doesn't mean that it's good. Something interesting that I found out about was that this is a cartoon from DreamWorks. Yes, DreamWorks, as in Shrek, Megamind, Madagascar, How to Train Your Dragon, Kung Fu Panda, that DreamWorks. I mean, it's more specifically their television branch rather than like DreamWorks Animation themselves, but like it's still DreamWorks nonetheless. Something interesting that I also found out about this show is that a certain someone worked on this show. The first entry into our Too Loud crew spotlight, at VivzyPop, Too Loud's character designer and animator, hashtag Too Loud Cartoon. My, this VivzyPop person seems like a real interesting person. Let's find out more about her, shall we? Vivian Medrano, job title on Too Loud, character designer and animator. Likes musicals, villains, animals, country music, mythology and folklore, karaoke. Dislikes ukuleles, bacon, the too cool for you girl trope, monkeys, mouth smacking sounds. Top 5 favorite cartoons: BoJack Horseman, Billy and Mandy, El Tigre, Batman the Animated Series, and American Dad. What else are you working on? Creating and producing my own original animated show called Hazbin Hotel. Oh wow, I wonder how that turned out. I'm sure this Hazbin Hotel show that she's working on, I'm sure it'll turn out good. I'm sure it totally won't turn out to be a highly controversial cartoon that will likely spawn an equally controversial search for the worst cartoon. No way. There's no way that'll ever happen. While we're at it, I just realized something. This is a DreamWorks cartoon that's on Peacock. Now, I could be very wrong on this, but I think there was another DreamWorks cartoon that came out on Peacock very, very, very recently. I believe it was based on one of DreamWorks' movies. Let's see, Shrek, no. B-Movie, no. Madagascar, no. Over the Hedge, nah. I'm not sure which movie it was based on, but I know there was a cartoon based on a DreamWorks movie that came out on Peacock recently, and I wonder how that show turned out. I'm sure it turned out great. I'm sure it totally pays respect to the original movie that the show is based on, especially if the original movie that the show is based on wasn't a hugely popular DreamWorks movie when it first came out. Correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I do believe that this TV show also had a pilot movie that served as a sequel to that movie that the show is based on. A movie that is totally not inferior in any way to the original film in terms of its quality, and it doesn't retcon any of the important details that were in the original movie. I'm sure that's not the case at all. All of a sudden, this Too Loud cartoon just got a whole lot more interesting, if I do say so myself. On a serious note, it is absolutely f***ing insane how this is somehow connected to not one, but two highly controversial cartoons that would come out in 2024. Wow. What are the odds, man? What are the odds? This is not a Loud House ripoff at all. I don't know why I see people say that like this rips off the Loud House when it's like there's only two similarities and that's it. I think with this it's like it's just a really unfortunate coincidence more than anything else. Coconut Fred, Pixel Pinkie, and Master Raindrop are for sure ripoffs of their respective Nicktoons, but Wild Grinders and this they're more coincidences than anything else. This is just a very unfortunate coincidence, seeing how, remember, this came out in 2017. This came out only a year after The Loud House. I'm only putting this into the main not Nickelodeon collection, and I'm not including it as like an honorable mention or whatever, because I just wanted to talk about it more. I didn't want to just briefly talk about it at the beginning and then never acknowledge it again. I would rather go into further detail on it and make a full-fledged review of it. Unfortunately though, that is near damn impossible to do, considering the fact that the show doesn't really give me enough material to work with. It's not good at all, but like, it's not terrible either. It's just mediocre, basically. It's better than The Loud House. There you go, I said it. This is better than The Loud House. Is it really a rip-off if it's better than the thing it's ripping off? I mean, this isn't even much of a rip-off of The Loud House. There's like almost nothing in common with it at all, and the very few similarities that it has are just mostly coincidences and nothing else. But if you do want to classify this as a Loud House rip-off, then like, it's definitely better than the show that it's ripping off, I'll tell you that much. And with all that said, we have finally finished the Not Nickelodeon collection. So allow me to go over my final thoughts on each of these shows. This is easily the longest search for the worst cartoon that I have made thus far. I first started work on this video in January, and this video is coming out in mid-March. I spent around 2 months working on this video. This was a video that I had been wanting to make for a very long time, and I'm honestly happy that it's finally seeing the light of day. I must say though, between how long it took for me to make this video and the really awful quality of most of these shows, I am most likely never going to do another one of these giant search for the worst cartoon episodes again, where I look at numerous different shows in one giant video. No thanks, I'm good. I could make a not Cartoon Network collection video, but for better or worse, I don't think there's really a lot of material for that to work. I know there's that Chinese Gumball ripoff, but like, that's kind of it, really. Most likely, I would rather do that as its own separate episode and not have it be part of a giant search for the worst cartoon covering multiple different cartoons. There's barely anything when it comes to Cartoon Network ripoffs, so most likely this is not gonna get like a follow-up of any sort. We'll see. Only time will tell, really. We'll see how things will turn out. If I were to rank these 5 shows from least bad to worse, this would be my ranking. Coconut Fred's Fruit Salad Island is easily the best of the 5 not Nicktoons, and there's like almost no competition at all, except for Too Loud, which comes at a very close second place. Following that, you have Wild Grinders, which is not as tolerable as Coconut Fred or Too Loud, but it's also not offensively terrible either. It's just in the middle, essentially. And then following that, you have Master Raindrop, which is really bad. And then at the very bottom of both the Not Nickelodeon Collection ranking list and the Search for the Worst Cartoon ranking list, you have Pixel Pinkie, which is Pixel Pinkie. That's all that needs to be said about it. It's Pixel Pinkie. Of course it's at the very bottom. What did you expect? I don't recommend any of these shows at all. None of these shows are funny bad. Coconut Fred and Too Loud are pretty tolerable as far as bad cartoons go, but they're definitely not good at all. They're not ironically enjoyable, nor are they legitimately good. Master Raindrop is awful, and Pixel Pinkie is one of the worst things I've ever seen in my entire life. I'm just really happy at the fact that this video is finally over, because my god, you have no idea how long it took for me to make this video. And what are the odds that while I'm making this extremely huge search for the worst cartoon, the biggest search for the worst cartoon that I have made thus far easily, 2 highly controversial cartoons would come out that are just begging to be reviewed by me. And as much as I would have loved to put this video on hold and look at these 2 shows while they were still fresh, I knew that I couldn't do that no matter what. I knew that I had to prioritize this video. I could not make any more Search for the Worst Cartoons until I was finished with the Not Nickelodeon Collection Search for the Worst Cartoon. And after all this time, I am finally done with the Not Nickelodeon Collection Search for the Worst Cartoon. Was it worth it? Maybe. I don't know. But regardless though, making this entire video was an experience. Sitting through all of these shows, it was an experience. An experience that, for better or worse, I will never forget about. Ever. Anyways, that's about it. If you enjoyed this video, then be sure to like, and if you're new to the channel, maybe consider subscribing, as it would be very greatly appreciated. Thank you everyone for watching this video, and I will see you all next time. Adios. I didn't know what to expect out of this show. I had no idea what I was going to be getting into when the time came for me to sit down and watch this show. I was already very well aware of its controversial reputation. I was already well aware of its very divisive nature. This is one of those you either love it or you hate it kind of shows. I've seen a lot of people say that they love this show, but I've also seen just as many people say that they hate this show. And honestly, I have no idea if there's more love for this show than hate, or if there's more hate for this show than love. It seems like it's just a perfect 50-50 between the two. I initially thought that it probably wasn't going to be Search for the Worst Cartoon worthy. Even if I didn't like it, it probably wasn't going to be worthy of the Search for the Worst Cartoon. But I knew that if I didn't make it a Search for the Worst Cartoon, if I made a video on Hazbin Hotel and it wasn't related to the Search for the Worst Cartoon, that would be a huge missed opportunity. So alas, I decided, you know what? I'm gonna make a Search for the Worst Cartoon for Hazbin Hotel. I've heard a lot of things about this show, good things, bad things. I was aware of its controversial reputation. I was ready to see what the big deal was with this show. I was ready to see what the hoopla was all about with this thing. What I did not expect was for this show to somehow be even worse than I expected it to be. I ain't gonna sugarcoat anything. I'm just gonna say my true, honest thoughts on Hazbin Hotel. Hazbin Hotel is one of the worst cartoons I have ever seen in my entire life. This isn't hyperbole. This isn't an overreaction. I'm not saying this to make people mad. I am being f***ing serious. But it goes much further on than that. When the time came for me to sit down and watch this show, I made a mental note to myself that even if I didn't like this show. Even if, for whatever reason, I thought the show was bad, at least I would be able to see the appeal for it. At least I would be able to understand why people like this show. I am unable to do that. I don't know how anyone could like this show. I don't know how anyone could find this show good. I don't know how anyone could find this show funny. I don't know how anyone could find this show entertaining. It's just a joyless mess of a show. It's so ironic to me that, like, the people that say adult animation is bad are the same people that say, like, this is a great show and whatever. As if this isn't part of the problem. As if this won't escalate into a much bigger problem for adult animation in the nearby future. Maybe deep inside there is a good cartoon hiding, but the execution for this show is so bad. It is so poor. This is 100%, without a doubt, search for the worst cartoon worthy. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. I have zero shame in putting this show alongside Alan Gregory, The Prince, Velma, Our Cartoon President, The Red Ape Family, all those other shows. I have no shame at all. I have zero shame in putting this show alongside The Slim Shady Show and Fairview. Do you realize how f***ing harsh that is for me to say? Do you realize how harsh it is for me to say that a piece of work is on the same level as The Slim Shady Show and Fairview? Fairview, one of the worst cartoons ever made. No, you don't understand how harsh it is. But now you will. Oh yeah, I just want to disclose something real quick. Yes, I am aware of series creator Vivzy Pop's other show, Hell of a Boss. I was originally going to look at both Hazbin Hotel and Hell of a Boss in this episode. However, because I think this show is garbage, and because Hell of a Boss is 17 episodes long at the time of making this, I decided, nah, you know what, I think we'll save Hell of a Boss for another time. Right now, let's just focus on Hazbin Hotel. Too much Vivzy Pop cannot be good for a person. Let's just say that right there. At some point in the future, I will cover Hell of a Boss. I don't know when. It's not going to be the next immediate episode, but sooner or later, I will talk about Hell of a Boss and explain why it's bad, assuming, God forbid, that it is on the same level of quality as Hazbin Hotel. I'm just gonna start this off by saying that the chronological order of these two shows confuses the out of me like you have no idea. Okay, so everything began in October of 2019 when a pilot episode was released for Hazbin Hotel on YouTube. And then 1 month later, in November of 2019, a pilot episode for Hell of a Boss would be released onto YouTube. And then in October of 2020, Hell of a Boss would go on to become a proper full-fledged cartoon. Meanwhile, Hazbin Hotel wouldn't go on to become a proper cartoon until January of 2024, nearly 5 years later, nearly half a decade later. Why did it take so long for Hazbin Hotel to become a proper cartoon when compared to Hell of a Boss? I have no idea, nor do I really care all that much. I don't know if it's like a High Guardian Spice situation where the show went through development hell. I have heard allegations that there are very harsh working conditions behind the scenes of both shows. Animators are overworked and underpaid, so that could be something. I mean, they're just allegations, so we don't know if they're true or they're not true, but I figured I might as well just bring them up here just in case. Better safe than sorry. In addition to watching the main 8 episodes of the final show, I also decided to watch the 2019 pilot, which is something that I'm glad I did, because if you watch the final show without watching the pilot episode, you're not going to be able to understand what the hell's going on as well. You are expected to know about the YouTube pilot going into this show, and granted, a lot of people have seen the YouTube pilot, 100 million people, Jesus Christ, man, but still, There are a lot of people out there, I want to imagine, that just randomly stumbled upon this show on Amazon Prime and decided to watch it, not knowing about the 2019 pilot, and as a result of that, they're going to be super confused as to what the is going on. They're going to be confused as to what this show is about. Nothing is going to make sense to them. So the show follows Charlie Morningstar, the princess of hell, as she opens up a hotel for demons, believing that anyone can be redeemed, anyone can be given a second chance, even demons. She opens up the hotel for demons to be redeemed, and allowing them to join heaven and leave hell behind. It's worth noting that there is a yearly extermination that the angels in heaven do to the demons in hell. Every year, the angels fly down to hell to eradicate various demons. And so Charlie tries to convince both heaven and hell that the hotel could be used as an alternative to the exterminations. Joining Charlie is her girlfriend, Maggie, who I am intentionally saying her name wrong for a reason. You see, her name is not Maggie. It's not spelled with an M, it's spelled with a V. Now, I cannot say her real name because it sounds just a little too close to a certain homophobic slur. Every time this character's name is said by Charlie or any of the other characters of the show, it sounds way too much like the F slur. I don't know why they decided to go with this name for this character. Every time Maggie's real name is said, I just hear an F. I don't hear a V at all. And it just confuses me how these people behind the scenes of this show, they listen to all the different takes from the voice actors and actresses. They listen to these characters say Maggie's real name. And somehow, just somehow, nobody in the production crew thought that this sounded a little too close to the homophobic F slur. Okay then, sure. Whatever floats your boat, I guess. I'm only bringing up Charlie because she's the main character, and I'm bringing up Maggie because her real name sounds like a completely different and very unfortunate word. But the rest of the main characters of the show, I could not be bothered to talk about them. And that's simply because there are too many characters in this show. There's at least like 10, 11 main characters in this show. It's just very cluttered. Talking about each and every single one of these characters would just be a chore to do, so I'm not even gonna bother. They all just kind of blend together with their flaws. Whatever you could say about one character, you could very easily say it about another character, and so on. Not helping the fact is that sometimes there are characters that just look extremely similar. Objectively speaking, from a visual standpoint, this is one of the better cartoons that I've covered on the Search for the Worst cartoon. I don't think the art style is ugly or bad or anything like that. However, there's just something about it that kind of rubs me the wrong way. I think it's just the fact that every character kind of looks the same. It's like a very weird thing where every character is clearly different and unique with their designs, and yet at the same time they all just kind of blend together despite that. I'm pretty sure it just comes from the same face syndrome that most of the characters of the show suffer from. Almost every character on this show makes this eating grin at least once. For a large majority of the characters, it's just copy and paste, cookie cutter this eating grin expression. Upon closer examination of the character designs, I've noticed that in general they just have very similar facial structures. A lot of the characters on the show just have these pointy chins, and the moment I noticed it, I cannot unnotice it. I was wondering, watching this, why the character designs looked so off to me. Why did they feel so derivative of each other? And that's the reason why. A lot of these characters, they just have the same facial structure. They make the same expression. There's almost no variety, really, in the expressions from the characters. The very limited color scheme doesn't help things out either when it comes to why I'm not a big fan of the show's art style. Listen, I understand that this show takes place in hell. I get that. But would it really hurt Vivzy Pop to add in other colors in this show besides red, white, and black? All of the main characters have this color scheme. Just red, white, and black, and that's it. There's no blue, there's no green, there's no nothing like that. And that's not a good thing. If you give every character the exact same color scheme, that's not gonna make them stand out. Every character is just gonna blend in together. It's gonna be hard to distinguish one character from another. They're all just gonna sort of blend in, basically. There's not gonna be any unique standout character at all. You know that whole thing where it's like, if you can identify a cartoon character just from their silhouette alone, then that's an example of good character design or something along those lines? Yeah, that same thing applies to colors. I could just flash a few colors on screen right now, and I guarantee you, everyone watching this video will be able to easily identify which cartoon character is being represented by the 3 colors. Colors are important for a character design. It helps you memorize which character is which, especially if they have a wide variety of colors. SpongeBob is yellow, Patrick is pink, Mr. Krabs is red, that sort of thing. Now imagine if every character in SpongeBob had the exact same color scheme as SpongeBob himself, yellow, brown, and white, and that's it. Yeah, all of a sudden, the characters aren't going to be as memorable. They're not going to stand out as much. It's going to be a lot harder to distinguish one character from another because of this. That is the problem with Hazbin Hotel. These characters don't need to have the exact same color scheme. It's okay to give them different colors. You could make this character blue. You could make this character green. That sort of thing. You could make this character purple. It's fine. Just because this show takes place in hell doesn't mean that everything has to be red, red, red. Red Dead Redemption. Whole lot of red. Like, that's not necessary at all. Now, I know someone could argue that something like The Simpsons, for example, almost every character on The Simpsons is yellow. And yeah, that is true. Nearly every Simpsons character is yellow. But here's the thing. They each have defining traits attached to them. They all have different color schemes that you could be able to identify. Going back to what I was saying with the whole you can identify a character just from their color scheme stuff, that applies to The Simpsons. Yes, The Simpsons are all yellow, but they also have other colors aside from yellow attached to them. I could easily show you a bunch of these pictures flashing on screen, and you could just look at them and you'll be like, yeah, that's Homer. Yeah, that's Marge. That's Bart. That's Lisa. That's Maggie. That sort of thing. Just because yellow is the main color associated with The Simpsons doesn't mean that it's the only color. There are still a variety of colors attached to The Simpsons, and that's what helps make their designs memorable. Imagine if every character on The Simpsons had the exact same color scheme as Homer. Yellow, white, and blue, and that's it. All of a sudden, none of the characters will feel unique or as memorable. It'll be a lot harder to distinguish one character from the other. And again, that's the problem with Hazbin Hotel. There's also the fact as well that the character designs in The Simpsons are very simplistic, whereas the character designs in Hazbin Hotel are very cluttered with unnecessary details. I really do think that Vivzy Pop could learn a thing or two about how sometimes less is more when it comes to character designs, because adding in all of these excessive details just makes the characters feel even less memorable than they already are. Maybe the excessive details are meant to cover up the fact that, in a way, every character just looks the same. Unfortunately though, between the limited color palette and the same face syndrome that a lot of the characters suffer from, that ends up not being the case at all. I am just simply unable to memorize these characters because of the flaws in their design. And this show has a lot of main characters in it, so that just makes it even worse. Usually, whenever I look at a cartoon on this series that has like an ugly art style or whatever, I briefly bring up that like, oh yeah, it's ugly and whatever, but like I don't really go into excessive detail because most of the time it just kind of speaks for itself. You look at something like The Prince and it's super obvious as to why The Prince is ugly. You just have to look at it and that's it. It speaks for itself. There's no reason for me to elaborate on why it looks ugly. Doing that would be redundant. With this, though, I felt it was necessary for me to go into detail about why I thought the art style for this show was off to me. I knew going into this show that there was just something about the art style that was just off to me, but I didn't know what it was until I more closely examined the art style of the show. I can only hope that all of the issues that I have with Hazbin Hotel's art style aren't present in Hell of a Boss, but I sadly very much doubt that. And with all of that said, I think it is time for us to move on to the main issue that I have with Hazbin Hotel. Now, if you're someone that has this magical thing called good taste and you think that this show is garbage, then there's a strong chance that you will know exactly what I'm talking about. We're going to be talking about the elephant in the room, if you will, for Hazbin Hotel. I saw a ton of memes being made about this, but I had no idea that in reality, this was exactly how the show was like. Let's talk about the humor, shall we? There is no humor in Hazbin Hotel. There are no jokes in Hazbin Hotel. There is no attempt to be funny in Hazbin Hotel. There isn't a single funny joke in Hazbin Hotel. There is not a single joke in Hazbin Hotel that I would consider worthy of being laughed at. I was just completely expressionless watching this show. Not once did I laugh, not once did I chuckle, not even a grin, a smile, nothing like that. Anything to give a vague hint that I found a joke mildly humorous and entertaining. No, nothing at all. Nothing like that at all. This show believes that swearing over and over and over and over and over again is funny. This show thinks that excessive swearing is comedy gold. All 9 episodes of the show suffer from this. They just think swearing is funny, and that's it. Saying the F word a million times is funny. It's just pointlessly edgy for the sake of being pointlessly edgy. There's no reason for it at all. I guess it's meant to be funny and shocking, and it ends up being neither of those things. I would see tons of memes being made about, like, if SpongeBob was made by Vivzy Pop or something like that, where it would just be constant swearing pointlessly shoehorned in. And I thought those were just, they're memes obviously, I thought those were just jokes, overreactions, stuff like that, hyperbole basically. I had no idea that the humor of this show was actually like that, just constant swearing and nothing else. Wikipedia lists this show as a musical, a black comedy, and a comedy drama. There are songs in the show, 2 songs per episode actually, so yeah, okay, it is a musical, I'll give you that. I'll go into detail about the songs later into the video. This is not a black comedy. A black comedy is something that has a darker style of humor. Usually, a black comedy takes a serious, disturbing subject matter and plays it out for laughs. It turns it into something a little more lighthearted, something to laugh at. This show doesn't do anything like that at all. The black comedy that this show has in question is just excessive swearing from all of the characters, and that's it. And not once is it ever funny. The main villain of this show, I guess you could say, is Adam. Yes, as in Adam and Eve from, the Christian lore and whatnot. He's only in 3 episodes of the show, but in all of his appearances, he's just nonstop swearing, just saying the F word, the B word, everything, over and over again. It's not funny. I don't know how anyone could find this funny. It's so devoid of humor. I genuinely question how this show has fans. Like, there is no way someone will actually sit down and think this is comedy gold. When I first sat down and watched the 2019 pilot, I made a note of the excessive swearing and how that seemed to be the only sort of joke included in the pilot. I am flabbergasted by the fact that somehow this has carried on to the final show, to the final product. I would be willing to somewhat forgive the pilot episode having this excessive swearing equals funny nonsense, but in the final show, it's just unacceptable. I mean, think about it. This came out nearly half a decade after the original 2019 pilot. The 2019 YouTube pilot was a small indie amateur short, and that's it. The final cartoon is a lot more professionally made. It has a bigger team behind it. It's on a major streaming service to watch. And yet, it still has the same bad writing, the same awful, unfunny humor that the original 2019 pilot had. Somehow, during the development of this show, between October of 2019 and January of 2024, Vivzy Pop's style of humor for this show would never change, never improve, nothing. You look at the animation for the pilot and you compare it to the final show, and yeah, there is an improvement, obviously. I think some of the voice actors are different, but I don't know. But the writing and the style of humor are exactly the same as they were. Somehow, in this time span, Vivzy Pop never moved on from the whole excessive swearing equals comedy gold nonsense. That somehow stuck around. I want to imagine there were a lot of changes made, a lot of revisions made to the show during its development, and yet somehow that rule that Vivzy Pop held on to, that belief that excessive swearing is funny, it never went away. It never changed. And yet, even more baffling than that is the fact that there are people out there that don't have a problem with this. I mean, yes, there are people out there that think this show is bad. There are people out there that have a problem with the excessive swearing. That's one of the main criticisms that people have for this show. But there are still people out there that enjoy this show and find it funny despite that. And I cannot fathom how or why anyone would find this funny. There are literally no other jokes in this show. The excessive swearing is all that you're gonna get when it comes to the humor for this show. There are no other attempts at comedy except, the characters say the F word a billion times, and that's funny and hilarious and comedy gold. I feel bad for anyone that considers this their favorite cartoon. I really do. I cannot imagine looking at this and thinking this is your favorite cartoon. You love this show. I guarantee you that same person that considers this their favorite cartoon, they probably look at shows like Big Mouth or Velma and they think they're garbage. The irony is stunning. It really is. The world of animation is so massive. There are tons of different cartoons and anime out there, and you want to go with this as your favorite one. There are so many incredible cartoons out there, and this is what you want to consider your favorite cartoon. This. Modern Family Guy for people that hate Modern Family Guy. Seriously. This is no different or better than a lot of the bad adult cartoons that I've looked at on this series. There is nothing that makes this show better than Velma, and yet somehow it is nowhere near as despised as Velma. I'm sorry, I know I'm gonna get a lot of backlash for saying this, but I don't care. Why should I consider this good, but then I should consider Velma bad? Like, what's the difference, honestly? How are the two shows different? How is this good, but then Velma is bad? I'm being serious. I'm not asking this to piss people off. I'm asking this because I genuinely want to know. Is it because, oh, Hazbin Hotel is an original story, while Velma is based on an existing cartoon? Like, I don't get it. It's so stupid. I would seriously, genuinely love it if someone in the comments could provide me with a detailed, lengthy explanation on how Hazbin Hotel is good, but Velma is bad. Why am I supposed to like Hazbin Hotel, but hate Velma? You can't say Velma is garbage and one of the worst cartoons ever made and everything wrong with adult animation and whatever, and then say that Hazbin Hotel is good. Because everything you could say about Velma, you could very easily apply it to Hazbin Hotel. I know there's gonna be comments saying like, oh no, you're wrong, Velma is unfunny garbage. Yeah, and f***ing Hazbin Hotel is funny. Characters swearing a million times. Yeah, that's some real good comedy right there. The Vivzy Pop is a f***ing comedy genius, isn't she? That's real good humor right there. It's also worth noting that even though this is a comedy, or at least it's supposed to be a comedy, there are serious themes in this show. There are serious elements in it. The problem, though, is that it is very hard for me to take these themes seriously. As I said before, Wikipedia considers this show a comedy drama. It is a very poorly executed comedy drama. A comedy drama is meant to be a blend of comedy and drama, hence the name. This show, on the other hand, fails at doing that. Whenever there's a serious moment in the show, it just clashes with the unfunny humor. There's an episode of the show, a rather infamous, controversial episode, focusing on one of the main characters, Angel Dust, who is a star of, let's just say, Korn, the new metal band. So there's a scene where Angel Dust is trying to film a movie, but then Charlie intervenes, which causes the director of the movie to get angry at both of them. It's then revealed that Angel Dust is in an abusive relationship with the director, and I'm supposed to take this seriously. This is undeniably heavy subject matter, but I'm unable to take it seriously. You know why? Because the comedy clashes with it. The really bad comedy. I don't know how they expected me to take a show like this seriously. If you have to rely on excessive swearing as your only source of humor, then no, I'm not gonna take your dramatic moments seriously. Plain and simple. A comedy drama can only work if both the comedy and the drama are good. If one aspect is bad, then by default that makes the other aspect bad as well. This show has moments in it that I'm supposed to take seriously, but because it has the humor of a 14-year-old middle schooler, there's no chance in hell that I'll ever be able to take this stuff seriously. It just creates a complete clash with the tone. The show could just be dropping a million F-bombs expecting me to find it funny, and then randomly they'll be like, oh hey, here's an emotional moment that you're supposed to take seriously. I kid you not, there's a scene in the final episode of the show where one of the characters makes an unfunny sporting goods joke, let's just put it that way, and then it's immediately followed up with Charlie crying to Maggie over the possibility of them not winning the war against the angels, to which a song starts where Maggie tells Charlie that they'll always be together no matter what, or some crap like that. And it's like, yeah, okay, it's meant to be a sweet, emotional moment, very cute. I don't feel it though. I don't feel that emotional. I don't feel emotional or anything like that watching it, because just a few seconds ago there was a really unfunny sporting goods joke that was made, and that completely ruined the mood that the show is trying to settle in. This sort of tonal shift is the exact thing that the MCU is criticized for nowadays, yet for some reason I guess it's perfectly fine when Hazbin Hotel does it. I don't know why. Oh yeah, you might be wondering what am I talking about with the whole war against the angels stuff. Well, you see, in the penultimate episode of the show, Charlie tries and fails to convince the angels that her hotel could be used as a place for demons to get redeemed. And as a result of her failing to convince the angels, they decide to start the extermination the next day, much sooner. Charlie and the others prepare to go into war against the angels. The final episode of the show largely consists of the battle between the angels and the demons. What I don't understand is, regardless of who wins, the demons win, spoiler alert, if anyone actually cares. But like, regardless of who won, if the angels won or the demons win or whatever, wouldn't that basically just destroy what Charlie had set out to do initially? What she wanted was for demons to redeem themselves and join heaven. And I don't think going into war with the angels is gonna do anything about that. I don't think the angels are going to look at this war and think, okay, you know what, maybe Charlie, we can allow her to do her hotel redemption crap and allow these demons to become angels and let them join heaven. They would be less willing to allow these demons to enter heaven because of this war. Early into the final episode, I thought they were going to do some stupid thing where it's like the angels and demons will make peace with each other or whatever. But no, that doesn't happen at all. I mentioned before, I guess you could say main antagonist of the show, Adam. Yeah, they defeat him in the battle. Just like that. And, yeah, I'm not sure if the angels would still be willing to allow these demons to redeem themselves and go to heaven. At the end of the war against the angels, the hotel gets destroyed. However, there's like a scene at the end, a musical number, where they're rebuilding the hotel to be better than it was before. And it's like, girl, what the hell is the point of doing this whole redemption demon nonsense? You just basically destroyed any chances of that happening by fighting against the angels. It's such bad writing, seriously. And then there's a post-credit scene where one of the angels tries to get in touch with Charlie's mom, Lilith, obviously setting up a season 2 that will unfortunately happen. I've heard stuff that like this show was really successful for Amazon Prime. I think this was like the biggest debut for an animated show on Amazon Prime. So unfortunately, as much as I hate to say it, we are getting a season 2 of this. We're getting more of this garbage in the future, and we're just perfectly fine with it. Velma getting a season 2? No, that's bad and horrible. Boo. This getting a season 2? Oh my gosh, I'm so proud of Vivzy Pop. I'm so happy for her. Congratulations. I don't get it. I really don't get it at all. I think a big reason as to why I hate this show is because of the fact that so many other people like it somehow. Now I get that people have opinions and whatnot, but like, I just don't get how anyone can find this show enjoyable, especially when compared to other adult cartoons that get a lot more hate. It just doesn't sit right with me. The fact that last year a bunch of people were hating on Velma, claiming that it represented everything wrong with adult animation and whatever, and then the very next year, those same people are now praising this show of equal quality, calling it what adult animation needs right now, the future of adult animation, stuff like that. And let me tell you something. If this is what the future of adult animation looks like, then you know what? I think I'll stick with the unfunny Family Guy clones, thank you very much. Those are easily the lesser of the two evils. I look at Hazbin Hotel and I compare it to a lot of the bad adult cartoons that I've looked at on this series, and it's like, I don't see how it's different. I went into this show thinking it was going to be different from a lot of the other bad adult cartoons that I've looked at on this series. Either in the sense that it's actually a good show and not Search for the Worst Cartoon worthy, or it's a bad show and I don't like it and I consider it Search for the Worst Cartoon worthy, but it's different. It's unique from all the other bad cartoons I've looked at, all the other bad adult cartoons that I've looked at. That is not the case at all. There is nothing that makes this show any better or different from The Prince or Velma or anything like that. And yet somehow people think this is good. Somehow this isn't unanimously hated like Velma is. Obviously there are people out there that think this show is bad, but the overall backlash that it has received is very minuscule when compared to Velma's backlash, and I just don't understand why that's the case. At least Velma f***ing tries vaguely to be funny. It doesn't work out well, but at least there's an attempt beyond just swearing a million times. I hate this show more than Velma. I don't even care if that's a controversial thing. I mean, both are trash, so it's probably not that controversial, but I just don't understand how people will say, like, Velma is bad, and then they'll say this is good. Like, what's the difference, really? What is the f***ing difference? I'm willing to bet that if the infamous adults who still watch cartoons joke from Velma was in Hazbin Hotel, people will be eating it up and calling it funny. And by the way, I just want to say, they put this joke into the show to intentionally piss people off, and they succeeded. Y'all took the bait. I am not defending this joke, I'm not saying it's funny or anything like that, but it's so obvious that they only included this because they knew it would piss people off, it would make them angry. And unfortunately, it succeeded because people got mad at this joke. Y'all took the bait just like that. Y'all inadvertently proved their point in a way. I hope you realize that. I could just very easily see it. You slap this joke onto Hazbin Hotel, you add in a million unnecessary swear words for extra measure, and then boom, you're gonna have a bunch of people saying like, oh my gosh, this is so funny, Vivzy Pop is a fucking comedic genius, and whatever. I love how throughout this whole video, I never once went into detail about like the allegations of Vivzy Pop being a terrible person, and truth be told, that's not even like scratching the surface, that's just the cherry on top is what it is. Even if all of these allegations and whatever, that like the working conditions behind her shows are really harsh and whatnot, even if that was false, I would still consider this garbage. This is not a separate the art from the artist situation. Separating the art from the artist is not possible if the art is garbage, regardless of whether the artist is garbage as well or not. Vivzy Pop could be the greatest goddamn human being alive on planet Earth, and I would still consider Hazbin Hotel to be dog shit. Plain and simple. I'm not hating on this because popular thing bad. I'm hating on this because it's just such an unfunny, humorless thing. The humor in this show is practically non-existent, and the serious moments that are in this show I'm unable to take seriously because of how awful the humor is. I hate the fact that this will inevitably be an influential show for adult animation. I hate the fact that years on from now, people will be putting this show alongside The Simpsons, Family Guy, South Park, King of the Hill, Rick and Morty, BoJack Horseman, that sort of thing. I hate that fact. I don't care if this is an indie cartoon. That doesn't mean anything to me. Just because it's indie doesn't automatically mean it's good. Sometimes indie animation can be crap as well. I went into this show thinking that it'll be good, or at least not as bad as its haters made it out to be. As it turns out though, it is oh so much worse than the haters made it out to be. As someone that has sat through countless terrible adult cartoons, I can 100% verify that Hazbin Hotel is no better or different from most of the adult cartoons that I've looked at on this series. There are a couple positive things that I'll say about the show, I guess. I don't really like the art style all that much for the reasons that I mentioned earlier. However, I will say that it is objectively good, especially for Search for the Worst cartoon standards. This is one of the better cartoons visually. The songs are okay, I guess. I thought I would hate them a lot more, but I ended up not really hating them. I hated them initially, but eventually I just kind of grew numb to them. Objectively speaking, there's nothing really wrong with them. They're not poorly composed, they're not poorly sung. There's a few instances where you have pointless swear words shoehorned into the lyrics, but aside from that, I'm not sure if I want to call these songs poorly written. And just an FYI, the last thing that I want to do with my life right now is carefully analyze the lyrics for every Hazbin Hotel song to see if they actually have genuinely bad writing in them or not. So for the writing, we'll just leave it at a couple songs have unnecessary swearing in them, and that's it. I thought I would hate the songs a lot more, considering the fact that with a very few exceptions, I don't really like musicals all that much, but I guess the songs are just whatever. I would never listen to them. I would never consider them good songs, really, songs that I would ever listen to. I guess there are a couple songs that are vaguely catchy, but that's about it, really. And finally, I never thought I would ever say this, but I genuinely, unironically find the Verbalace memes surrounding this show to be much funnier than the actual show itself. If I sat down and I watched the original animation of Verbalace and Charlie, I would unironically find it funnier. I would get more entertainment out of that than I would the actual Hazbin Hotel. The fact that this stupid video is one of the only good things to come out of this godforsaken show, no pun intended, should just really tell you something, honestly. I don't like Hazbin Hotel. I think it is one of the worst cartoons I've ever seen. I hate this more than a lot of the other cartoons that I've covered on the Search for the Worst cartoon, on the basis that I'm supposed to consider this good. A lot of the cartoons that I cover on the Search for the Worst cartoon are either unanimously agreed to be terrible, or they're extremely obscure and not a lot of people know about them, but the few people that know about them think that they're terrible, and if more people were aware of their existence, then yeah, for sure they would think it's terrible. I'm supposed to consider this good, though. I'm supposed to like this. This has a huge, dedicated fan base somehow. There will be people trying to defend this show. There will be people trying to claim that I am wrong and that this show is actually good, which is something that will never happen with any of the other cartoons that I've looked at on the Search for the Worst cartoon. Nobody's gonna try and convince me that our cartoon president is actually a good show or anything like that. Nobody's gonna go and comment, actually, the Slim Shady show is a work of art. You're just a hater, seriously. And yet I know for a fact that that exact thing is gonna happen with Hazbin Hotel. And I'm sorry. I really, truly am sorry. But I hate this show. It is one of the worst cartoons I have ever seen. And I just cannot understand why people like this show. I just cannot see the appeal for it at all. Maybe if I hadn't looked at that many bad adult cartoons prior to this, then yeah, this would probably be a different story, but speaking as someone that has seen so much garbage, I can very safely say that Hazbin Hotel fits in with that garbage, and I have zero shame in saying that, regardless of how controversial that statement may be. I now dread the day that I have to look at Hell of a Boss and just witness more of the same crap. I don't even know if I'll ever make a Hell of a Boss video, because there's a very strong chance that everything that I've criticized Hazbin Hotel for, it'll likely apply to Hell of a Boss as well. I don't think there's going to be like any unique, original, standout reason for why Hell of a Boss is bad when compared to Hazbin Hotel. I don't know, really. Hell of a Boss could be better than Hazbin Hotel, it could be worse, it could be on the same level, only time will tell really. Right now though, I need a long break from anything Vivzy Pop related. I don't ever want to touch her work again for a very, very, very long time. Thank you very much. Anyways, that's about it. If you enjoyed this video, then be sure to like, and if you're new to the channel, maybe consider subscribing as it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you everyone for watching this video, and I will see you all next time. Adios. At the beginning of this month, Megamind, the cult classic DreamWorks movie from 2010, made quite a bit of a comeback, although not in the way that people had expected. We received a Megamind sequel and a Megamind TV show, and both of these things had been largely criticized by the animation community for a multitude of reasons. Number one, the animation quality for both of these was a lot cheaper when compared to the original movie. Number two, none of the voice actors from the original movie reprised their roles for either of these, particularly Will Ferrell as the titular Megamind. And number three, arguably the most important reason, there were several details from the first movie. Several important details that were just seemingly retconned out of both of these projects. Throughout the early 2020s, as the first Megamind started getting a cult following, more and more people wanted to see this underrated DreamWorks movie make a comeback in some way, shape, or form. And alas, we did eventually receive a comeback, but unfortunately, the monkey's paw struck again, and the comeback ended up being not very good. I've already made a video talking about the sequel, Megamind vs. the Doom Syndicate, and I'm just gonna say, I highly recommend you watch that video before you watch this video if you haven't watched that video already, as this show is supposed to be a follow-up to Megamind vs. the Doom Syndicate. So if you haven't watched the Megamind vs. the Doom Syndicate video that I made, then well, I highly recommend you watch that video before you watch this video. I noticed that of these two things, this was the less hated one of the two. I mean, people still think it's bad. It has a very low score on IMDb, but in comparison to the Doom Syndicate movie, no one really talks about it all that much. I don't think there's that many videos talking about how bad it is when compared to the Doom Syndicate movie. So I figured, you know what, I think that'll allow for this to be a more fresh video in comparison. Talk about something that not a lot of people have talked about. So I sat down and I watched all 8 episodes of Megamind Rules, and I'm quite surprised by the fact that I don't hate it as much as I probably should. Let me preface this by saying that I don't think Megamind Rules is a good show. Far from it. But it could be a lot worse, honestly. It's not as bad as the Doom Syndicate movie. It's obviously nowhere near as good as the original Megamind, but it's still not that awful in a way. If I were to make a Megamind tier list, the original film and the Button of Doom would both go on S tier, Megamind vs. the Doom Syndicate would go on F tier, this would probably be like, I don't know, C tier maybe. I haven't played all of the Megamind games, I've only played the DS one. It's okay, I guess, it's not amazing, it's fine. B tier, that's where I will put it, B tier. A lot of the things that made Megamind vs. the Doom Syndicate bad are also present in Megamind Rules, however it feels a lot more forgivable for Megamind Rules considering the fact that it's a show. For one thing, the animation quality is much cheaper when compared to the original Megamind, that's fine for this because this is a TV show. I don't think there's ever been an instance where there's a TV show that's based on an animated movie and it has the same animation quality as the original animated movie. Like, you think about Madagascar, for example. You think about like that Penguins of Madagascar cartoon from Nickelodeon. You compare the animation quality of the real Madagascar movies to the animation quality of Penguins of Madagascar, and obviously there's a huge difference in the quality. The Penguins of Madagascar has much cheaper looking animation, and that's normal because the budget for the Penguins of Madagascar is much lower than it is for the real Madagascar movies. So obviously, it's not going to have the same animation quality as the original movies. Megamind not being voiced by Will Ferrell in this show also feels a lot more forgiving because, again, it is extremely rare for there to be a cartoon based on an animated movie that has the original voice actor, the original celebrity voice actors from that animated movie reprise the role and voice the character that they voiced. Like, there was a Kung Fu Panda cartoon that aired on Nickelodeon in the early 2010s. I'm not sure how many of y'all are going to remember it, but there was a Kung Fu Panda cartoon on Nickelodeon. It's extremely obscure, but it did happen, and it didn't have Jack Black in it. It didn't have Jack Black voicing Poe in it. I could be wrong on this, but I think there's another Kung Fu Panda cartoon that came out after that had Jack Black in it, but I'm not sure, to be honest. And then using another example, I'm not sure how many of y'all are going to remember this, but there was an Emperor's New Groove cartoon back in the mid-2000s, and it had a lot of the voice actors from the movie return. Like, he had, like, Patrick Warburton voicing Kronk, for example, but David Spade didn't come back to voice Kuzco. They instead got someone else that sounded like David Spade to voice Kuzco for this show. This is actually kind of normal. This is pretty standard stuff for when it comes to making cartoons based on animated movies. If a character is voiced by a celebrity, then they just get someone else that sounds like that celebrity to voice the character. They can't get the original celebrity voice actor to come back because it'll cost too much money. It'll be too expensive. So instead, they just get someone else that sounds like the celebrity voice actor to voice the character. I'm not really sure why this is such a big deal for Megamind when this is like a normal thing that usually happens. It's unacceptable for the sequel, but for the TV show, it feels more normal. Like it's fine in a way. The retcons to the first movie are still present in this show though, which sucks, and it's extra unfortunate because that was the main issue that I had with the Doom Syndicate movie. I didn't really care as much about the bad animation or the different voice actors when compared to the retcons. Those were the main issue that I had with the Doom Syndicate movie. This movie could have had the same animation quality as the first Megamind, and it could have had Will Ferrell and David Cross come back to voice Megamind and Minion respectively, but if the retcons were still there, then the movie would still be bad, just like that. Even if it had the original voice actors and it had better animation, the movie would still be bad simply because of the retcons. To be fair though, the retcons aren't there in this show as much when compared to the Doom Syndicate movie. They are still there, but they're not as present as in the Doom Syndicate movie. As stated before, this is meant to be a follow-up, a continuation of the Doom Syndicate movie. The titular Doom Syndicate do return in this show in a few episodes, and the main issue that I and so many other people had with the Doom Syndicate in particular was the detail that like Megamind used to be a part of it. The Doom Syndicate was an old team of villains that Megamind was a part of, which that was not established in the first movie. In the first movie, Megamind grew up alone. He had no crew. It was just him and Minion, and that was it. And this movie just completely retconned it like it was nothing. So the Doom Syndicate do appear in this show in a few episodes. However, not once is it ever stated that like, oh yeah, Megamind used to be a part of the Doom Syndicate or anything like that. You could watch the first movie and then completely skip the Doom Syndicate movie and then just go straight to this and you wouldn't really miss out on much. There aren't really that many important details that you're missing out on. Honestly, I don't really have a problem with the Doom Syndicate themselves. Obviously, they are nowhere near as good as Titan, the villain from the first movie, but I guess they're fine for what they are. If it weren't for that detail that Megamind used to be a member of the Doom Syndicate, then I wouldn't care about these at all. I wouldn't care about the Doom Syndicate. I wouldn't really have any problems with them. I wouldn't consider them good villains, but I wouldn't really care about them either. I wouldn't say there's anything bad about them, aside from the fact that they're just generic Saturday morning cartoon villains. It's the fact that Megamind apparently used to be a member of the Doom Syndicate. That's what gets to me. It's that one little detail that bothers me. But aside from that, I don't really care about the Doom Syndicate all that much. So as I mentioned before in the initial review that I made for it, the Doom Syndicate movie has a post-credit scene where the Syndicate is visited by this purple floating brain that claims to be a mentor for Megamind. Someone who taught Megamind how to be evil, which again retcons the first movie. Because in the first movie, at the very beginning of it, it's established that Megamind was raised by prisoners into becoming evil. This purple brain mentor for Megamind, that's a sentence that I just said, appears occasionally in some episodes. However, it's not until the penultimate episode where he becomes a lot more important. Throughout the show, several members of the Doom Syndicate try and bring in important items from Megamind in order to help resurrect this guy, I guess. Megamind accidentally did something to this guy that caused him to just become a floating brain, and I guess that's what caused him to go from being a villain to being a supervillain. I don't know. It's stupid crap that shouldn't be considered canon, so I don't see the point in going into detail about this. In the final episode of the show, the mentor manages to convince everyone that he's the hero that Metro City needs and not Megamind, causing everyone to believe that Megamind has become a villain again. The series ends with Megamind and everyone else trying to look for Metro Man, obviously setting up a season 2 that is for sure not going to happen. Not a lot of people really know about this show. It isn't as infamous as the Doom Syndicate movie, even though it came out literally the exact same day. And the very few reviews that are available for this show, they're mostly negative. This might be one of the most positive reviews, if not the most positive review that this show will ever get. And it's not even a positive review. I'm not saying that I like this show. I'm just saying it's not as terrible as I expected it to be. A lot of the things that made the Doom Syndicate movie bad are considerably more forgivable for this show. Truth be told, if this aired on Nickelodeon in 2011 or 2012, I don't think anyone would really think much about it. You could literally put this show alongside whatever Nickelodeon was airing in the early 2010s, and for better or worse, it would fit in perfectly. You could put this alongside the Penguins of Madagascar or TMNT 2012 and it wouldn't stand out at all. I guess it just boils down to the show coming out too late. Simple as that. This came out over 10 years after the original Megamind, when in reality this should have come out no later than 2014. Much like the Doom Syndicate movie, this does feel like it's trying to be for a younger audience when compared to the original Megamind, which doesn't work because kids nowadays aren't going to know about Megamind. They're not going to know about this niche DreamWorks movie from 2010. If this came out in the early 2010s, then having it be dumbed down for a younger audience wouldn't be that much of a problem. But it came out this year in 2024, and I'd say that greatly hinders it. It's interesting to note that initially only the TV show was announced and not the sequel. I've mentioned before how back in 2022, it was announced that we were getting a new Megamind series. We didn't know that we were getting a sequel as well. And then, at the beginning of February 2024, we receive a trailer for the sequel, which only very briefly mentions the TV show at the end of it. And all of the footage that's featured in the trailer is from the Doom Syndicate movie. None of it is from the Megamind Rules TV show. So aside from the brief synopsis that we received from the show's initial 2022 announcement, where it would focus on Megamind becoming a superhero influencer, we knew nothing about this show for basically 2 years. Oh yeah, let's talk about the influencer stuff. Yes, the show does occasionally show Megamind trying to be a superhero influencer. However, it's surprisingly rare. I thought that was going to be the main focus of the show, but no, you barely see it in the show. Only one of these episodes is actually dedicated to the influencer stuff, that being the first episode. In the first episode, there's a new character introduced named Dude Monkey, who's meant to be another superhero influencer, one that tries to be hip and cool with the kids, trying to convince Metro City that Megamind is old and unhip and uncool and whatever. And as a result of that, Megamind and Minion team up with the annoying influencer girl from the Doom Syndicate movie to try and learn a lot more about the internet. Now, this is undeniably how do you do fellow kids material, but hear me out on this. It's not really that cringy in a way. It's kind of okay, actually. See, the joke is Megamind and Minion are super out of touch with what's popular on the internet. And so they think that referencing extremely old memes from the 2000s is funny. There's a brief reference to the dancing baby meme, which I believe is one of, if not the very first meme ever. And there's also a brief reference to Chocolate Rain, a meme from 2007. That is pretty much where the meme references end. It's just those two and that's it, for better or worse. It's surprisingly not as bad as I would have expected it to be. I thought it would be something where it's like Megamind would say Ohio Skibbity Riz or some stupid shit like that, but no. The idea of Megamind being really out of touch with the internet, and so he thinks that like referencing late 2000s memes is funny, that's actually not a bad idea. That's actually kind of decent. It's undeniably how do you do fellow kids, but it's still like, it's kind of not that bad. It's a rare instance where how do you do fellow kids isn't cringy as hell. And again, only in the first episode is the influencer stuff ever really truly explored. It does appear from time to time in subsequent episodes, but not that much. And most of the episodes just straight up don't acknowledge it at all. I'm guessing maybe the influencer stuff was originally going to be more prominent in the show, but then during development midway into it they decided to tone it down, so you know, that's props to the people behind this show for that, I guess. As I said, the show does share a few of the problems that I have with the Doom Syndicate movie. Most of the shared flaws that this show has with the Doom Syndicate movie, I'm more willing to forgive for this because this is a TV show. And I guess this could also apply to the next flaw that I'm going to bring up, but none of the charm that the first film had, none of the clever themes or subversions of the superhero genre that the first film had are present in this show. Again, I guess in a way this is a little bit more forgivable because like you can't expect the themes from Megamind or anything like that to be in this show because it's a much lower budget, cheaper show. I think it would be better to just not replicate the themes or subversions that the first Megamind had rather than try and recreate them and just have them be very poor because of the lower budget. That's just me though. Now, even though I don't think this show is as bad as the Doom Syndicate movie, in fact, I don't think this is that bad at all. It's obviously still not a very good show. Around like the latter half of the show, like around the latter 4 episodes, I just started to think, you know what, I really miss the charm of the first film. I miss like everything that made it good is just not in this show. It's not as bad as the Doom Syndicate movie, but that doesn't mean that it's good. It is for sure nowhere near as good as the original movie. And it just got me thinking a lot more about what should have happened with Megamind. What should have been Megamind's future. Because Megamind's in that weird in-between area where there's a lot of good ideas here and there for a Megamind follow-up. Hell, I'll just go ahead and admit that both this and the Doom Syndicate movie have good ideas in them that could work for a Megamind sequel, but then at the same time there's a part of me that thinks, you know what, maybe Megamind should have just stayed a standalone movie. I mean, I guess we could have the Button of Doom as like a little aftermath epilogue thing, but that's about it really. Have the movie end with Megamind becoming a superhero and just leave it to our imagination to think about Megamind protecting Metro City not long after he took over it. It's kind of the same thing with what Despicable Me should have done. All the subsequent movies focused on Gru being a good guy and not despicable, despite the name of the movie. And that's part of the reason why the Despicable Me sequels aren't as good as the first movie. Obviously, none of the Despicable Me sequels have the same level of quality as Megamind vs. the Doom Syndicate, but still. Maybe it would have been better if Megamind never got a follow-up at all. I'm not even saying that because these two things are bad. It's just, even if they were good, I feel like maybe Megamind would have been better as a standalone thing. I remember years ago thinking, you know what, it would have been great if Megamind got a sequel, but then at the same time, I feel like that would just kind of take away from what made the first movie good. And even if we got a Megamind sequel that had the same animation quality as the first movie, and it had like Will Ferrell and David Cross, whatever, reprising their roles, even then, they could still somehow find a way to f*** it up. It's entirely possible. In the previous videos that I would make about Megamind's comeback, I would frequently compare Megamind vs. the Doom Syndicate to The Incredibles 2. Incredibles 2 is not some cheap, low-budget sequel like Megamind 2 is. It has a higher budget, I want to imagine, than the first Incredibles. It has a lot of the voice actors, the same crew, it has a lot of the stuff that the first film had behind the scenes. But it just wasn't as good. A lot of what made the first Incredibles good wasn't present in Incredibles 2, even though Incredibles 2 is on the same level of quality. Actually, no, I'd say it's higher quality than Incredibles 1, in terms of like the animation and whatever. Incredibles 2 surpasses Incredibles 1 in terms of its animation. It has the same voice actors from the first movie reprising their role. It has Brad Bird. Everyone involved in the first film came back for this sequel, and yet it just wasn't as good. The writing wasn't as good. The themes that the first film had weren't present in Incredibles 2. A lot of what made the first Incredibles so good is just not there in Incredibles 2. Incredibles 2 is a movie that's like, you're only really able to enjoy it when you forget about how great the first Incredibles was. And then once you remember how the first Incredibles was, all of a sudden Incredibles 2 is just nowhere near as good. And I feel that if we had gotten a proper Megamind 2 that had the same animation quality as the first film, and it had Will Ferrell and David Cross and whatever back to voice Megamind and Minion, it would still run the risk of just not being as good as the first Megamind. There would still be a chance that everything that made the first Megamind good could be missing in this hypothetical Megamind sequel. Having great animation and having Will Ferrell voice Megamind again, that's not enough to make a good Megamind sequel. You're gonna need a lot more things than that. I hate the fact that Megamind never became a big movie for DreamWorks, but I feel like in order for that to happen, it would need sequels or like a TV show or like any sort of follow-up. You can't become one of the most successful DreamWorks franchises if you don't have a franchise, if you just have one movie and that's it, and maybe a 15-minute short. You're gonna need a lot more than that. But at the same time, I feel like maybe, just maybe, it would have been better if Megamind just stayed as a one-time thing. It would have been better if Megamind was just a standalone film and that's it. We get to see Megamind's journey from being a supervillain all the way to becoming a superhero. And then once the movie ends, it's just left up to our imaginations what it's like having Megamind as a superhero now, after years of being a supervillain. I don't think Megamind Rules is as bad as Megamind vs. the Doom Syndicate, but it is still not that good of a show. It does share a lot of the flaws that the Doom Syndicate movie has, but again, it's a lot more forgivable for this since this is a TV show. And there are a couple things that make it somewhat okay, better than I initially expected it to be. But much like with the Doom Syndicate movie, a lot of the charm that the first film had, a lot of what made the first film good is just not present in this show. Again, if this came out in 2012 on Nickelodeon, then there would probably be no problem at all, but having this come out in 2024 just makes it feel extra insulting. It's the same thing as the Doom Syndicate movie. They both came out too late. If this came out much closer to the first film's release, then there would probably be no issues, but alas, it came out over 10 years after the first movie. And I feel like in a way that just kind of adds to the insulting nature, even if this is again nowhere near as insulting as the Doom Syndicate movie. As it stands, this is just a cartoon, one of the cartoons that I've ever seen. A lot of what I've said about the Doom Syndicate movie could also apply to this show, some of which I'm willing to forgive for this because this is a TV show. But yeah, this is just not very good. good. I do think that Megamind deserves better. Honestly, I kind of wish they just left the Megamind alone. I wish they didn't make like a follow-up. Maybe it would have been better if Megamind just stayed as a one-time standalone movie and that's it. I don't know. Megamind Rules is unironically better than Hazbin Hotel though, I'll give it that. Sorry not sorry. Anyways, that's about it. If you enjoyed this video, then be sure to like, and if you're new to the channel, maybe consider subscribing as it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you everyone for watching this video, and I will see you all next time. Adios. We have looked at several different cartoons from streaming services before on this series, but I'm surprised it has taken us this long to look at a show from Netflix. That's right, nearly 30 episodes into the search for the worst cartoon, and somehow we have yet to look at a single Netflix cartoon. We've looked at cartoons from other streaming services, but not Netflix. Now, I am very much aware of a certain Netflix cartoon that I'm sure a lot of people are waiting to see me cover on this series, a show that stands as possibly their longest running animated series and one of the longest running Netflix originals in general, a show that came out in 2017 and has gotten a bad reputation since then, despite also simultaneously receiving critical acclaim somehow. Yeah, you know exactly which show I'm talking about. And as much as I would love, or actually no, I don't think I would love to do this at all, as much as I would love to sit down and watch this show and make a video on it, it's not the right time yet. It's simple as that. Which is why instead we're going to be looking at Hoops, a short-lived Netflix series that only lasted 10 episodes. This show came out in August of 2020, received negative reviews when it came out, and was cancelled after one season in December of that same year. It's worth noting as well that in addition to this being a Netflix original series, it's also from 20th Century Fox. And considering the quality of some of their other shows that we've looked at on this series, I knew that I was in for a treat. The first thing you will notice about Hoops is that it has a very familiar looking art style. It resembles a certain cartoon that you need to have a high IQ in order to understand. I am of course talking about the one, the only Rick and Morty. Now, I've frequently mentioned before in this series that there are many bad adult cartoons out there that rip off Family Guy's art style. We've actually looked at one cartoon on this series that's ripped off Family Guy's art style, and there are tons of other shows, including one that came out very recently that rip off Family Guy's art style for some reason. But I've never seen a bad adult cartoon that rips off Rick and Morty's art style, so you know what? It's a nice change of pace, a breath of fresh air if you will. Admittedly, off-brand Rick and Morty isn't as ugly of an art style as off-brand Family Guy, so at least this show has that going for it. So, what is there for me to say about Hoops? Well, let's see. It's an adult cartoon. A bad one at that. There's no denying that at all. I was very surprised to see that Phil Lord and Christopher Miller were involved with this show. I mean, they didn't create the show or anything like that, but they still played a big part in the production for it, so it's just really surprising to see their names attached to something like this, given the quality of most of their output. I think it's safe to say that overworking the animators on Across the Spider-Verse is now officially the second worst thing that Lord and Miller have done. Actually, admittedly, Hoops isn't the worst adult cartoon I've seen on this series. I don't know if this show is legitimately less bad than most of the other adult cartoons that I've covered on this series, or if I'm just suffering severe brain rot just sitting through all of this adult cartoon slop that I look at this and I think, whatever, it's not that bad, I guess, when in reality it probably is as bad as a lot of the other cartoons that I've looked at. For what it's worth, there are a couple moments in Hoops that are funny. There are moments where I laughed watching the show. Actually, I would go as far as to say that there are more funny moments in this show than I initially expected. I went into this thinking that this would be a show completely devoid of humor, and what I end up getting instead is a show that's only 95% devoid of humor. Most of the humor in this show just consists of the characters swearing, and that's it. Saying the F word a million times. Nothing more, nothing less. The bare minimum for comedy in an adult cartoon. Legit, the show starts off in a basketball game where serious protagonist Ben Hopkins abruptly stops the game to complain about how it's not fair that the team members on the rival team have the advantage of being taller than the team members on his team. I rewatched that scene for this video, and I kid you not, there are 14 swear words in it. 14 swear words. Just watching this whole scene, I just thought to myself, oh god, I have to sit through 10 entire episodes of this garbage, don't I? You see, I frequently clown on Hazbin Hotel for thinking that excessive swearing is funny, but the truth is, there are a lot of bad adult cartoons that do this. There are other adult cartoons that I've looked at on this series that have this same problem, and there are tons of other adult cartoons that I've yet to look at on this series that have this problem as well. I don't know why people are okay with Hazbin Hotel doing it, but they're not okay with these other shows doing it, but whatever. I'll save the Hazbin Hotel slander for the inevitable Hell of a Boss episode, thank you very much. The Prince and the Slim Shady Show also suffer from this problem. They just think swearing a million times is funny. Saying over and over and over again is funny. That's comedy gold. And it is never funny at all. It just comes off as a desperate way to make your show feel more adult. Again, it's the bare minimum of comedy in an adult cartoon. I mean, as we all know, animation is just a dumb, stupid thing for babies who have no taste. When it comes to cartoons made for big boys like me, there has to be strong language, because that's the only way to convey that yes, indeed, a cartoon is for an adult and not for some stupid little baby. There are many different ways for Hoops to convey that it is an adult cartoon and it's not a cartoon for kids, but instead it just goes the lazy route and just has the characters swear a lot, because how else are they supposed to convey that this is a show for big boys like me and it's not some little baby SpongeBob crap or anything like that. Yeah, you never see SpongeBob say the F word or the B word or anything like that. That's because SpongeBob is a stupid cartoon for idiot babies that have no taste. I only watch big boy cartoons like Hazbin Hotel. You see, it's funny because they say the F word a lot and they say the B word a lot, and that's funny because it's a cartoon for big boys like me. There's no other way to convey that Hazbin Hotel is a cartoon for adults and that it's not for kids at all. Excessive swearing is the only way. In addition to the excessive swearing, there's also this really weird running gag where Ben is obsessed with this random early 90s movie called Little Man Tate. I've never heard of this movie. Chances are you've never heard of it either. But in like half of the episodes of this show, it's brought up at least once. I mean, I guess you could say that the joke comes from the fact that Ben is extremely obsessed with this random obscure early 90s movie. The running gag is unfunny regardless, but I guess it would be even unfunnier if Ben was obsessed with a famous 90s movie like Forrest Gump or whatever. I don't know, it's just a really unfunny joke. It happens so frequently in the show, and not once is it ever funny. So the show follows Ben Hopkins, a high school basketball coach with anger issues, as he tries to make it big within the world of basketball coaching. His team has a lot of members in it. A lot of them are nerdy, dorky kids. I'm not going to go into detail about any of the team members. The only one that's really important to this show is Matt, Maddie, because there are several episodes that are focused on him, and that includes the aforementioned first episode, which mostly consists of Ben trying to get Maddie onto his team due to the fact that Maddie is 7 feet tall, which would then increase the chances of Ben's team winning in future basketball games. One of the ways that Ben tries to convince Maddie to join his team is by getting him together with a hooker, and a friendly reminder that Maddie is supposed to be a minor, so yeah, that's not a very good way to start off your show. I'm honestly kind of glad that this is one of those shows where it's like they just dropped every episode all at once instead of having it be like one episode a week, because if this show followed the one episode per week pattern, that would just make this first episode even worse than it already is. By the end of the episode, Maddie ends up joining Ben's team, and so he becomes a prominent character in later episodes, with several other episodes also being focused on him. This show is a little bit of a roller coaster when it comes to its episode quality. As I mentioned before, there are 10 episodes of this show, and I sat through all 10 episodes. The first 2 episodes are dog shit, pure dog shit. They are just not funny at all. I think the first episode of the show is probably the worst one, if I were to be honest. The second episode isn't as bad, I guess, but it's still just really unfunny. And then the third episode is still not good, but it's also a little bit better than the first 2 episodes, and it does have a few funny moments in it. It's another Maddie-centric episode. A teacher assigns Maddie a test, and if he fails the test, he can't play in Ben's team anymore. Most of the episode is just Ben trying to bribe the teacher into letting Maddie pass, regardless of how he actually does on the test. Most of the episode is unfunny, but surprisingly, there's a subplot in it that's semi-funny to me. I don't know why, it just kind of is. Ben is watching The Godfather, and he's watching a scene where a dead horse, a literal dead horse, is in someone's bed, which I've never actually seen The Godfather, but I guess now I know that's a thing that happens in it. Great, I just got The Godfather spoiled for me by Hoops. That's lovely. Although I will say, if this scene actually is in The Godfather, then now I finally understand why it's considered one of the greatest movies ever made. Peter Griffin was wrong. Taking inspiration from The Godfather, Ben and his team try to get a literal dead horse into the teacher's bed. However, they are unable to transport the horse as it is far too heavy. Now, I don't know if my sense of humor is completely broken at this point, but I found this scene to be kind of funny actually. I guess it's just absurd enough for me to find it just a little bit amusing. After the horse plan fails though, Ben decides to go with a much more fucked up plan instead. I'm not sure if I can go into any detail on what the plan is, but I will say it does hinder whatever enjoyment I got out of the horse subplot. Maddie speaks up to Ben, believing that his plan isn't a good idea at all and that it's not worth it. And as it turns out, that was part of the test. Maddie telling Ben that this isn't the right thing to do, it's not worth it, he'll take the test normally. It's not a great episode, but you know what, at least I got a little bit of enjoyment out of the horse subplot, so you know what, I'll give it that. And then we move on to the 4th episode, which, dare I say it, is actually surprisingly decent, kinda. In the episode, Ben's team receives a sponsorship, and at first Ben is excited about this, only to then learn that the sponsor is his dad's steakhouse. Ben doesn't have a very good relationship with his dad, Barry Hopkins, who I guess was a former basketball player who later went on to open his own steakhouse. I think in one episode it stated that Barry wanted Ben to work at his steakhouse with him, but Ben wanted to focus on coaching instead. I'm not sure. Midway into the game, as Ben's team is clearly losing, Barry promises that everyone attending the game would get free steaks at his steakhouse if Ben's team wins the game. As Barry is certain that Ben's team will not win the game, and so he won't have to give all of the people attending the game free steaks, as there are a lot of people that are watching the game, which further pisses Ben off. Later into the episode, Ben vents out to his team that he hates his dad and he wants to be more successful than him and stuff like that. And as it turns out, the team members all hate their dads for various reasons. Ben's team goes back out into the game, imagining that the rival team members are their dads, which pisses them off and makes them better at the game. And then at the end of the episode, much to Barry's surprise, Ben's team ends up winning the game and everyone gets free steaks. I don't know what it is about this episode, but it was surprisingly kind of enjoyable. It's the only decent episode of the show, I would say. The few rare funny moments that are in this show, they mostly come from this episode. So, you know, I gotta give it to this show. There aren't that many bad adult cartoons that I've looked at on this series that have like a standout really good episode or anything like that. The remaining 6 episodes of the show are all just consistently bleh. There are a couple funny moments scattered throughout these next few episodes, but they are few and far between. There's also a couple offensively bad moments in these episodes, but again, they are few and far between, so yeah, I'll take it, I don't care. The biggest crime that these next few episodes commit is that they're just unfunny, but I'm not offended by them or anything like that. This isn't like The Prince or Fairview or anything like that where it's like, oh my god, it's like the worst thing I've ever seen and it's insufferable. This is surprisingly tolerable for bad adult cartoon standards. Besides the first 2 episodes, the rest of the show is just it's bad, but like it's not god awful or anything like that. I could sit through it. The fact that it does have a couple funny moments in it automatically makes it leagues better than a lot of the bad adult cartoons that I've looked at on this series. I'll tell you that much. At the same time though, I can definitely see why this show didn't last very long. This was a show that was never going to last long. It was never going to get any sort of critical acclaim or anything like that. Ignoring the fact that the show is bad, I just cannot imagine an alternate universe where Hoops is this beloved, long-running, critically acclaimed cartoon or anything like that. I cannot imagine this show having any sort of longevity or lasting impact or anything like that. This is a show that was destined to become short-lived and forgotten about, and lo and behold, it ended up becoming short-lived and forgotten about. It's not The Simpsons, it's not Family Guy, it's not South Park, it's not Rick and Morty, similar art styles notwithstanding. It's just Hoops, and that's it. That's all that it is, and that's all that it will ever be. Nothing more, nothing less. With that said, I do want to briefly go over the final episode of the show, because funnily enough, it kind of feels like an unintentional serious finale. Now, on very rare occasions, we've looked at cartoons that actually do have proper serious finales, but then this is an interesting case where it's like, this final episode wasn't supposed to be a serious finale, but it feels like one in a way. The final episode is yet another Maddie-centric episode. In the episode, Maddie is given an offer to play basketball in a different school, a more fancy prep school. Ben is initially against the offer and tries to sabotage it as hard as he can until he receives a similar offer where he could go with Maddie to coach him, in which Ben then agrees to go with Maddie to the school. As a parting gift to the other team members, Ben decides to give them a bunch of random crap that he finds in his car, including a spare tire. The two of them get a flat tire, and as Ben goes to the trunk to get a spare tire, he realizes that he gave the spare tire to one of his team members. The episode, and the series as a whole, ends with Ben going on a lengthy rant about this, and there's a Little Man Tate reference thrown in, because why the hell not? Of course there has to be a reference to Little Man Tate. And then the show finally ends, never to receive a season 2. I'm not even gonna lie, looking at this show made me think a lot about the short-lived one-season cartoons that I've looked at on this series. It makes me look at stuff like The Prince, High Guardian Spice, whatever, and it makes me think, like, what if? What if they got a season 2? I mean, I don't want them to get a season 2. I'm glad that they never got a season 2. But that morbid curiosity inside me just can't help but wonder, what if it got a season 2? What if all of the unresolved cliffhangers in the first season were resolved in the second season? I think I brought that up when I reviewed The Prince, that there were several subplots in The Prince and they're never going to be resolved because the show got cancelled. As I mentioned before, The Prince literally ends with a cliffhanger that will never be resolved no matter what. And Hoops is in a very similar situation. Do they get to the prep school or not? And then what happens? Will season 2 have a completely new set of characters besides Ben and Maddie? It's such a weird feeling watching these short-lived one-season cartoons, because it's like you get to know all of the characters, you get to learn, what's going on in the storyline, and then you get to the final episode and it's just, that's it. There's no more of that show. It's gone. It's over. Even if these are bad shows, I can't help but just, get that feeling. I know we all like to criticize the fact that Velma got a season 2, but if I were to be honest, if Velma got canceled after one season, I would just be left wondering, what if? What if we got a season 2? I'm not even ashamed to say that. I don't care. Whatever the case may be, Hoops would eventually get cancelled in December of 2020, and then it would never be heard from ever again. As I mentioned before, this is a show that was never going to have any sort of longevity or anything like that. This was a show that was destined to become short-lived and forgotten about. Even if the show was good, I just don't see it being this massively successful, beloved adult cartoon. It would probably last one more season and then it would get cancelled, most likely. And that's the story of Hoops, a Netflix cartoon that died almost immediately after it was born. As far as bad adult cartoons go, Hoops is one of the better ones that I've seen on this series. The fact that this show was able to get a couple laughs out of me on rare occasions automatically makes it better than a large majority of the adult cartoons covered on this series, so I can give it credit for that. This is one of the higher ranking adult cartoons that I've looked at in this series, and it's still in like the middle tier of the ranking list. That should just tell you how bad some of these shows are. I think The Nut Shack, Alan Gregory, and Control Alt Delete are the only adult cartoons that are ranked higher than Hoops, and that's it. I'm not sure if Slippin' Jimmy counts as an adult cartoon. I mean, obviously the original Better Call Saul is not a cartoon, nor is it for kids, but Slippin' Jimmy feels a lot more kid-friendly in comparison. On the one hand, it would make no sense for them to make a kids cartoon based on Better Call Saul of all things, but on the other hand, there's nothing in Slippin' Jimmy to indicate that it's a cartoon for adults, besides the fact that it's based on Better Call Saul. I don't know. This makes me question who is the target audience for Slippin' Jimmy, besides people with good taste in cartoons, of course. Whatever the case may be, there are far more adult cartoons ranked below Hoops when compared to adult cartoons ranked above Hoops. Stuff like Velma, Slim Shady Show, Hazbin Hotel, they're much worse than Hoops, I don't care. Some of you might be wondering why I'm considering Hoops to be significantly better than Hazbin Hotel, despite criticizing both shows earlier for relying on excessive swearing for humor. Well, you see, here's the difference. Number one, there is no one that will try to convince me that Hoops is actually a good show and that I'm wrong, whereas people, they have done that for Hazbin Hotel. I just know it. They have and they will try their hardest to convince me that I'm wrong about Hazbin Hotel. Number two, as mentioned before, there are a few rare funny moments in Hoops. I laughed a couple of times watching Hoops. I don't think I ever laughed once watching Hazbin Hotel. So yes, even though both shows rely on excessive swearing to be funny, and neither one is funny because of that, there are a couple funny moments in Hoops when compared to Hazbin Hotel. Therefore, Hoops is the better cartoon. Sorry, not sorry. It honestly felt weirdly refreshing to have an adult cartoon that was kind of tolerable in a way. The first 2 episodes really made me think that this would be the worst piece of shit I've ever seen in my life, and it ended up being not as bad as I expected. It's still a bad show, but for Search for the Worst Cartoon standards, for bad adult cartoon standards, this is a great show, honestly. Anyways, that's about it. If you enjoyed this video, then be sure to like, and if you're new to the channel, maybe consider subscribing, as it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you everyone for watching this video, and I will see you all next time. Adios.